Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Asia's largest naval academy, the Indian Naval Academy, which is spread over 2,580 acres. The Indian Naval Academy is located in the spectacular and picturesque locales of Ezhimala in God's own country, Kerala. Over 4 years at the Indian Naval Academy, cadets undergoing the flagship 4 year BTEC course are transformed into physically fit, emotionally strong, mentally resilient, and technically enabled young naval officers. The training at the Indian Naval Academy enables and equips all the trainees to man and exploit the most advanced warships of the Indian Navy. In addition to academic excellence and physical fitness, the Indian Naval Academy focuses on instilling maritime awareness and naval ethos into future naval officers. A budding naval officer must be exposed to all aspects of India's rich maritime legacy. It is to this end that the Dilli series seminar this year is being conducted under an overarching theme of harnessing sea power for national security, with an aim to provide an exposure to the entire spectrum of India's maritime canvas and stimulate in them a curiosity that will motivate them to explore further. In the run up to the seminar, two interactive sessions on the topic India's Maritime Economy, an overview of Indian maritime and naval history, were conducted yesterday by Vice Admiral Anup Singh, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Nau Sena Medal, retired, and Commodore Shrikant Kesnur, Vishisht Seva Medal, PhD, retired, to augment the learning experience of the trainees. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, I, Cadet Sanidhya Sharma, welcome you all to the 11th edition of the Dilli series Sea Power Seminar 2024. While the last year's seminar was focused on role of sea power in shaping nations, the theme for this year is harnessing sea power for national security. This theme encompasses a vast spectrum of sea power ranging from colonization to its military applications, impact on geoeconomics, and strategic dynamics of sea power. Thus, we have divided the theme into four sub-themes, which will be discussed over the period of next 2 days. The sub-themes focus on understanding sea power through the prism of history, military application of sea power, impact of sea power on geoeconomics, strategic dynamics of sea power. In order to do justice to this relevant, dynamic, and enriching theme, we are indeed fortunate to have some of the finest minds from the academia, think tanks, and subject matter experts to share their views on the innumerable nuances and dimensions at play. To the audience present in the Kautilya Auditorium, I urge you to address as many queries to our speakers and chairpersons during the question and answer session, which will invariably follow every session. Well then, let us get the ball rolling with the inaugural session. Vice Admiral C.R. Praveen Nair, Nausena Medal, took over as the Commandant, Indian Naval Academy on 29 August 2024. The flag officer was commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1 July 1991. A surface warfare officer, he specialized in communications and electronic warfare. An alumnus of Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, and U.S. Naval War College at Newport, United States. The flag officer holds a master's in philosophy in defense and strategic studies from the Mumbai University. The officer has served as the signal communication officer on board various Indian naval ships, as the fleet electronic warfare officer, and thereafter as the fleet communications officer of the Western Fleet. He was also the fleet operations officer of the Eastern Fleet from 2018 to 2019. The flag officer has commanded missile corvette INS Kitch, commissioned guided missile destroyer INS Chennai, and Indian Navy's largest warship, aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya. The flag officer's staff appointments ashore include directing staff at the Naval War College, Goa, officer in charge, Signal School, and Commodore personnel at Directorate of Personnel, Naval Headquarters. On promotion to Rear Admiral in January 2022, he was appointed as the Assistant Chief of the Naval Staff in Policy and Plans at the Naval Headquarters. prior being appointed as the Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, on elevation to the rank of Vice Admiral. The flag officer was commanding the Western Fleet of the Indian Navy. May I now invite Vice Admiral C.R. Praveen Nair, Nau Sena Medal, Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, for the opening address.
Admiral Arun Prakash, Admiral Karambir Singh, former Chiefs of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, Rear Admiral Prakash Gopalan, Deputy Commandant INA, Rear Admiral Ram Babu, Principal INA, Rear Admiral Monty Khanna, distinguished speakers, commanding officers, officers, midshipmen, cadets, ladies and gentlemen. A warm good morning to you all. As Commandant INA, it is an honor and privilege to welcome you to the 11th edition of the Dilli series CPAR seminar. After 4 years in a webinar format, we are delighted to have the distinguished moderators and speakers with us at the Indian Naval Academy for day one of this year's seminar. Aligned with the Chief of Naval Staff's course to steer, which provides a steady way ahead for our Navy to remain a combat-ready, credible, cohesive, and future-ready force, this year's seminar theme, Harnessing Sea Power for National Security, is envisioned to cover, under its four sub-themes, a broad array of topics on the significance of sea power, from the historical perspective, geoeconomics and military dynamics, and the future of sea power. These topics should provide significant insights into the historical and the future trends in sea power and their implications on national security. I'm confident it would be an excellent exposure and enriching experience for the young trainees at INA, as also the professionals in the field following the seminar over Indian Navy's YouTube channel. Dear officers and cadets, you must realize that a credible sea power with its presence, reach, and unique capabilities enable a maritime nation to project its political intent and military might, both in times of war and peace. In other words, by leveraging the sea, which covers nearly three-quarters of the Earth's surface, a navy can achieve the military objectives and exert strategic influence in ways that land-based forces cannot. This unique stature in the politico-military domain makes sea power quintessential for an international influence in the geopolitical environment. In today's interconnected world, the sea remains an arena for both cooperation and competition, making it imperative for nations to develop a comprehensive sea power. War has been a principal driver of change over the course of history, and there is no reason to believe that the future will differ in this respect. The ancient Greek historian Thucydides suggested in the 5th century BCE that the events which happened in the past, human nature being what it is, will at some time or the other and in much the same way be repeated in the future. As war, at its essence, is a human endeavor, it follows that one of the most effective ways to understand human nature is by close understanding of the history. The first session on understanding sea power through the prism of history would provide us more insights. The second session, military application of sea power, role of tactics and technology, will set the stage for a panel discussion around the perennial question of tactics over technology or vice versa. These are some aspects of conflict that will not change irrespective of the advances in technology or strategy in action, the fog and friction in war. I hope the second session would shed more light on the man-machine and strategy dilemma for the officers and cadets present here today. The great US maritime strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan had argued in the late 1800s that nations' ability to project power and protect its interests are closely linked to its control of the seas. He emphasized the importance of a strong navy for both defense and economic prosperity. Today, we can see that Mahan's influence transcends beyond its historical relevance. Chinese strategy of Belt and Road Initiative and the Maritime Silk Route reflects a turn towards Mahanian principles. Understanding the importance of controlling distant seas for nations' prosperity, China now expresses interest in expanding its naval presence further afield, reflecting a growing ambition to project power globally. The third session on the impact of sea power on geoeconomics over VC tomorrow should give us an understanding on the historical significance of developing a formidable navy to protect a nation's economic interests. Since early 90s, India's maritime strategy has seen significant transformation in response to the changing global order, evolving security challenges, and the country's growing maritime interests. As a maritime nation with vital maritime interests, the national leadership has understood the importance of having a capable maritime force to promote national security, economic development, and regional stability. The fourth and the final session tomorrow on the strategic dynamics of sea power would aim to trace the evolution of India's maritime strategy and examine it in relation with the current imperatives to understand the likely course and implications of application of sea power, which would always remain a dynamic tool for entrusting national security in an unpredictable world as we see today. We are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of experts and thought leaders for this seminar. They bring a wealth of knowledge from the field of history, maritime operations, geoeconomics, and geopolitical strategy. We look forward to intellectually stimulating discussions over the next 2 days. I'm sure that the audience will enrich themselves from the repository of knowledge being shared by the distinguished moderators and speakers during the seminar. I encourage each one of you present here, especially the midshipmen and cadets, to engage actively and ask questions without hesitation. Finally, to a panel of distinguished moderators and speakers, a big thank you for taking time out from a busy schedule and being with us to participate in the Dilli series CPA Symposium 2024 and make it a big success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The keynote address of a seminar sets the tone and benchmarks for the talks to follow, and thus it is imperative that a person of requisite eminence, stature, experience, and wisdom does the honors. We are fortunate and privileged that the Chief of the Naval Staff himself has consented to be the keynote speaker and deliver the keynote address today. Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi assumed command as the 26th Chief of Naval Staff on 30th April 2024. Prior to this appointment, he was the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff. He is an alumnus of Sainik School Rewa and the prestigious National Defense Academy. He was commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st July 1985 and specialized in communication and electronic warfare. His command assignments include command of INS Vinash, INS Kirch, and INS Trishul. Whilst in command of INS Kirch, he played a pivotal role during HADR operations after the tsunami of December 2004, for which he received a letter of appreciation from the then president of Sri Lanka. His other seagoing appointments include Executive Officer of INS Mumbai, Fleet Electronic Warfare Officer, Fleet Communication Officer, and also the Fleet Operations Officer of the Western Fleet. After his promotion to the flag rank, he was appointed as the Assistant Chief of Naval Staff in Policy and Plans, Flag Officer commanding Eastern Fleet, Commandant of the prestigious Indian Naval Academy, Director General of Naval Operations, Chief of Personnel, and the Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Western Naval Command. Such diverse range of sea and staff appointments have enabled him to grasp the nuances of plans, operations, personnel, and practically every aspect of Indian Navy's functioning. The Admiral is a graduate of Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, where he was awarded the Thimaiya Medal for being the best all-round officer. The Admiral attended the Naval Higher Command course and Naval Command College at the U.S. Naval War College, Rhode Island, in 2007 to 2008, where he won the prestigious Robert E. Bateman International Prize. The Admiral is a recipient of the Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, and the Nau Sena Medal for devotion to duty. Without further ado, please welcome Chief of the Naval Staff for the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Admiral Arun Prakash, Admiral Arun Prakash, Admiral Karamveer Singh, Vice Admirals Praveen Nair, Commandant Indian Naval Academy, Admiral Roop Singh, Admiral Monty Khanna, Admiral Prakash Gopalan, Deputy Commandant and Chief Instructor, Admiral G. Ram Babu, Principal INA, officers, both serving and retired, distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, officers, ladies, gentlemen, and most importantly, my dear cadets. A very good morning to all of you. I am indeed delighted to deliver the keynote address at the 11th edition of the Dilli series seminar, albeit in my digital avatar. What makes the Dilli seminar special is not only the presence of distinguished speakers, but also the vibrant audience of young and enthusiastic cadets of INA. Metaphorically, this seminar is the meeting point of our Kal of yesterday with our Kal of tomorrow. Our distinguished veterans and senior leadership guiding and shaping you the future of our Navy. The theme for this edition, Harnessing Sea Power for National Security, I believe is both apt and timely, considering the ongoing flux in global geopolitics, coupled with the growing maritime consciousness in our country. At the outset, let me highlight a simple understanding of sea power. Unlike land and air power, which are essentially military in nature, the concept of sea power is far more nuanced and goes beyond the realms of only naval power. Our nation's sea power comprises sea-based capacities to determine events both at sea and on land, and includes shipbuilding capabilities, merchant shipping, fishing, maritime or marine infrastructure, and above all, a maritime conscious populace. So on that note, I have structured my talk today in two parts. Firstly, I will provide you a brief overview of our glorious maritime past to contextualize that India has always been a maritime nation and a maritime power. No wonder we are the only nation in the world to have an ocean named after us. Thereafter, I shall ask, so what? So what does this mean today? So what are we going to leverage sea power for ensuring our nation's growth and enhancing our national security? Coming to our maritime past, endowed with a blessed maritime geography, India has always looked at the seas as a medium of culture, connectivity, and commerce that has enabled the prosperity of our people. Now, historically, India has enjoyed periods of notable maritime power, be it at the world's oldest dry dock in Lothal that dates back to 2200 BC, or many successful seafaring kingdoms such as the Kalingas, Cholas, Pandyas, and Cheras. While trans-ocean trade, namely protected by the Marathas and Marathas, brought prosperity to the western seaboard, the formidable navy of the Cholas exercised sea control to the far east, representing the golden era of maritime India. In fact, it was the Cholas who exemplified the maritime virtuous cycle through their maritime endeavors, espousing a symbiotic relation between shipbuilding, maritime trade, naval strength, and national growth. Our shipbuilding prowess was also widely acknowledged across the globe, with our master craftsmen possessing skills to design and construct ocean-going vessels. HMS Minden, on board which the US national anthem was composed, and HMS Trincomalee, the world's oldest floating warship today, were built in India. Through the ages, India prospered when it was aware of its maritime self and exercised its sea power. India lost her freedom and prosperity when maritime myopia set in and we could not look beyond our landbound frontiers. Therefore, Sardar K. M. Panikar is quite right in saying that India never lost her independence till she lost the command of the seas in the first decade of the 16th century. So what does this mean today? So what are we going to leverage sea power for ensuring our nation's growth and enhancing our national security? The true essence of a resurgent maritime India today lies in not just invoking our glorious maritime past, but in understanding and gleaning its core lessons and adapting them to intricate challenges of our times to prepare for a better tomorrow. Emblematic of this renaissance in India's strategic thinking today, our Honorable Raksha Mantri has aptly stated that, and I quote, "We were once known as a landlocked country with seashores, but now we can be seen as an island country with land borders. Our approach to the Indian Ocean region, articulated as Sagar or security and growth for all in the region by the Honorable Prime Minister, captures this enduring maritime element in our journey forward to Viksit Bharat. As India aspires to become a global power, concomitant evolution as a maritime power is an inescapable necessity for national growth. Being the principal manifestation of India's sea power, the Indian Navy has the mandate to play a larger role in national security by safeguarding and pursuing our national interest anytime, anywhere, anyhow. Accordingly, there is a growing recognition amongst the national leadership to build a world-class Navy. The steady increase in the iron share of the defense budget and our commitment to harnessing technology and innovation are aimed at building comprehensive naval power, a fully Atmanirbhar Navy by 2047 to ensure national security. But being a naval power alone does not make us a sea power, nor does it necessarily guarantee national security. For an inherently maritime country like India, the interlinked aspects of security and prosperity also depend on a favorable maritime environment shaped by all elements of sea power. Shipbuilding, for example, after making a modest beginning, our shipbuilding sector has shown the promise and potential of a modern maritime power. Today, we are one amongst only 6 nations in the world who have the capacity to design, build and operate an aircraft carrier and SSBN of their own. For Indian Navy, our transition from a buyer's navy to a builder's navy is evident from the fact that 64 of our ships and submarines are currently under construction in India. Furthermore, the government has set an ambitious target for India to become one of the top 5 shipbuilders in the world by 2047. Maritime trade and commerce remain the lifeline of Indian economy, with 95% of trade by volume and 68% by value transiting upon the seas. A major component of the remaining 32% trade by value comprises the services sector that depends on the submarine cables on the seabed for data transfer. Additionally, India is today also one of the largest contributors to the international seafaring population of the merchant marine. An associated aspect of maritime economy is the use of seas and its resources. We now have a clear roadmap for enhancing our blue economy endeavors through Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. These efforts extend to beyond maritime trade and commerce to sustainable utilization of marine resources, ranging from fisheries to deep sea hydrocarbons, rare earth elements, and strategic minerals. Today, there is also a focused attention to build world-class maritime infrastructure, be it ports, transshipment terminals, terrestrial connectivity, island waterways, or holistic development of our island territories. Sagarmala, PM Gati Shakti, Dweep Vikas, and various other national maritime policies are significant steps in this direction. So we can rightfully call ourselves a maritime power today. Let me draw your attention to what Panikkar had said, and I quote, if India desires to be a naval power, it is not sufficiently to create a navy, however efficiently and well nuanced. It must create a naval tradition in the public, a sustained interest in oceanic problems, and a conviction that India's future greatness lies on the seas. The Indian Navy is therefore building national maritime consciousness today through novel endeavors like publication of Amar Chitrakatha comics, construction of National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, as well as initiatives like the ongoing Navika Sagar Parikrama 2 and the scheduled sailing of the ancient Stitch ship next year. And maritime consciousness is what this seminar aims to achieve by educating all of you, the future of the Navy and this nation, to contribute towards our growth as a credible sea power, but also to carry forward this message to the masses. And to my mind, we couldn't have chosen a more ideal venue for that. Mount Dilli has been the silent witness, but not a mute spectator, to the rise and fall of India's affluence and influence, depending upon the strength of our sea power. I am convinced that this seminar, like the Dilli Lighthouse, will serve as a guiding beacon to illuminate the minds of our future naval leaders towards awakening the maritime Indian resident in each one of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Savno Varuna, Jai Hind.
Your address has aptly presented the entire canvas of this vast theme to the audience, and I'm sure they are suitably attuned to hearing the myriad talks to follow over the next 2 days and the discussions that will undoubtedly ensue. May I now request the moderator and speakers of the first session, Understanding Sea Power Through the Prism of History, to join us upon the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to move ahead with the proceedings, I would like to share that the seminar will be conducted over 4 sessions. The first 2 sessions will be conducted today, while the third and the fourth session will be held tomorrow. We shall now commence with the first session of the day, Understanding Sea Power Through the Prism of History. The topic is very relevant to us, the cadets, and is quite prominent. As the future naval leaders, understanding India's maritime power through ages and the impacts associated with it have much to do with us. So it becomes crucial for us to listen to this topic from the point of view of some of the great minds in the fields, namely Commodore Shrikant Kesnur, Vishisht Seva Medal, PhD, retired, and Commodore Johnson O'Deckell, retired. I would like to apprise the audience that this seminar provides an opportunity to pose our queries to these eminent personalities at the end of the session. Given the gravitas of the topic at hand and the eminence of the speakers, it is only befitting that the session is being moderated by Admiral Arun Prakash, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Veer Chakra, Vishisht Seva Medal, ADC, retired. Admiral Arun Prakash retired as India's 20th Naval Chief and Chairman Chief of Staff Committee in 2006 an aviator by specialization. During his career, he commanded a carrier-borne fighter squadron, a naval air station, and 4 warships, including the aircraft carrier INS Virat. He has also logged over 2,500 of hours in fighters, patrol aircraft, and helicopters. In flag rank, he commanded the Eastern Fleet, the National Defense Academy, and the Western Naval Command. In 2001, he raised the Joint Andaman and Nicobar Command as its first commander-in-chief. In naval headquarters, he served as the head of the aviation and personnel branches and as the vice chief of the naval staff. During his tenure at the Navy's helm, the service saw many initiatives being launched in the fields of doctrine, strategy, transformation, indigenization, and foreign maritime cooperation. A graduate of the Indian Air Force Test Pilot School, Defense Services Staff College, and the US Naval War College, he served with an Indian Air Force fighter squadron during the 1971 war and was awarded the Veer Chakra for gallantry in action. Post retirement, he served
For 7 years. He actually wrote history while he was fighting a war. And then again, the oldest and the best remembered historian in the world is a man called Herodotus, a Greek historian who started writing history in the 6th century BC. So, a seminar like this, I'm delighted to see, will go a long way in making up for this lacuna. And I hope in the future, with people like our two speakers here addressing the recording and writing of history, this lacuna will no longer exist. Now, sea power has been a key factor in shaping the course of human history. and also in influencing economic prosperity, political dominance, and global trade. Over centuries, nations have recognized the strategic benefits of controlling the seas, both for their security and for the prosperity of their people. The first formal theory of sea power was put forth by American strategist Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan, who was mentioned by the commandant. In 1890, he wrote a book which he named The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. He argued that sea power is an essential factor in the rise and fall of nations. For a nation to achieve great power status, apart from a strong navy, he identified a number of other factors as constituents of naval of sea power. Amongst these, he included a powerful merchant marine, well-developed shipbuilding industry, secure seas, and a favorable strategic location. Mahan did not, unfortunately, address the impact of technological change because the book that he wrote dealt with the Royal Navy of the 17th and 18th centuries, the days of sail, so steam, etc., were still to come. Steam, torpedoes, aviation, and so on. But notwithstanding this, the principles that Mahan enunciated have largely remained relevant, and all of us must take note of it. Our neighboring country, China, has taken strong cognizance of Mahan, and many years ago, they determined, about 2 or 2.5 decades ago, they decided to become not just a maritime power, but a great maritime power. Those are the words of the Communist Party, and they have addressed every single element of maritime power in a very thorough and determined manner. So, countries which grasp the significance of sea power created large merchant fleets, built strong navies, and acquired overseas bases. Note, China is doing all of these. These countries were able to freely undertake trade and send armies across stretches of water while preventing rivals from making use of the seas. Western historians tell us that in the ancient conflicts amongst Mediterranean powers like the Greeks, the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, and the Romans, victory invariably came to the combatant who controlled the sea lanes of the Mediterranean. This is a fact of history. Later, the world saw the rise of the Portuguese, the French, the British, the Dutch, and they showed us how the control of the seas could enable small, tiny little European nations to create vast empires in Asia, in Africa, and in South America. So the critical role of sea power, or the absence thereof, is especially relevant in India's case. And let me tell you why I say this. As you all know, you've read history, between the 6th century BC and 12th century CE, a succession of invaders came to India over the passes of the northwest, and they came to loot and plunder the rich plains of the Indo-Gangetic plains. The Persians came first, they were followed by the Greeks, the Arabs, the Afghans, the Mongols, and the Mughals. Many of these invaders settled down in India. They decided to stay back, and they were absorbed by the rich cultural fabric of India. They became Indians. And today, in the DNA of many of us, you will find traces of people from all the places I've mentioned. But the late 15th century, however, saw the beginnings of a new phase in our history. We now faced incursions not from the northwest, but from Europe. And they came not over land, but by sea, over the shores of our peninsular nation. Unfortunately, these invaders encountered little resistance because the Indian rulers of that era had neither a maritime vision nor a navy to speak of. But please note, there is profound irony here, because historically, India had been a great maritime power with an ancient seafaring tradition which had sustained intense trade for centuries to the west, as far as Mediterranean, with places like Rome, Mesopotamia, Persia, Egypt, and so on, and to the east, right across Southeast Asia, right up to Japan. And these sailors, these bold, daring seafarers took culture, religion, civilization, Indian civilization, to all these countries that I mentioned. So after having been a strong and thriving sea power for over 2 millennia, India suffered a calamitous setback about 400 years before the arrival of the Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, off Calicut down south here in the year 1498. How did this happen? Going back in history, between 1017 and 1025, the powerful South Indian Emperor Rajendra Chola mounted a seaborne invasion and defeated the Sumatra based Srivijaya Empire. This was a prolonged naval battle. There were ups and downs, but ultimately the Cholas prevailed over the Srivijayas and defeated them. The unfortunate outcome was that both these sea powers lost out, their power declined, and the Arabs moved into the Indian Ocean to take over trade and so on. So, in hindsight, it is obvious that the 11th century decline of Indian sea power constituted an inflection point at which India's history took an unexpected turn. Without adequate sea power, we were unable to either deter or defeat the European advance which came from the seas. And this was to seal India's fate for the next 400 years. Of course, there were occasional bright spots on the maritime horizon. We have from Kerala, we had the Zamarins of Calicut and their clan of sea captains known as the Kunjali Marakars. Then in the 17th century, we had a Maratha admiral called Kanoji Angre. But these are flashes of brilliance in a normally dismal scene. So what came after this can be called an era of sea blindness, where we lost sight of the fact that we were actually a maritime power. So much so that we came to consider ourselves a continental power. And the British reinforced this mentality by making sure that we did not have a naval force. While they raised a huge Indian army to fight their imperial battles all over the world, they denied us a navy. And the naval defense, maritime defense of India was handed over to the Royal Navy at a cost of £100,000 annually. The post-independence decade saw the malady of sea blindness persisting among our decision makers, our political leaders, and so on. And it was only after the 1971 Indo-Pakistan War that a naval maritime revival started to emerge in the late 1980s. Coincidentally, around the same time, China too was focusing its attention and resources towards attaining the status of a maritime power. I just mentioned that to you. This phenomenon of two nations which were seen by the world and by themselves as continental powers, suddenly demonstrating maritime ambitions, evoked a lot of interest, skepticism, and a degree of apprehension in the West. A lot of people wanted to know how come India and China want to become maritime powers. There were only two historical precedents for this, Germany and Russia. They made many attempts to attain the status of a maritime power between the 17th and the 20th centuries, but both failed. In the case of China, China has also struggled to establish a historical past for its maritime expansion, and they've exhumed the 15th century Admiral Zheng He and created a huge myth around him to justify their maritime growth. But in our case, in India's case, with our splendid and substantive maritime tradition, which I'm sure we'll hear from our speakers, going back thousands of years, we do not need to justify our long-awaited maritime revival, which is underway right now and of which you will all benefit. Stepping away from history for a moment, let me point out that sea power continues to be a critical factor in the global geopolitical landscape, and this is being seen every day now, both in the Ukraine conflict and in the Middle East. Things like blockades, sea denial, power projection, trade warfare, and maritime security are issues that continue to be of concern to those who are conducting these conflicts. So, against this backdrop, I am particularly pleased that we have two distinguished panelists who both dedicated themselves to researching, writing, and speaking about India's maritime history and allied subjects. And I don't think there could be two better people or more qualified people to speak on the subject of undertaking sea power through the prism of history. I am first going to invite Commodore Srikant Kesnur, who was commissioned in the Navy in 1986 and has a long and varied career, seeing experience in maritime operations, training, and professional military education. He's also been a diplomat. He's been a naval attaché in Kenya, from which vantage position he probably had a good overview of the Indian Ocean. He commanded two warships, INS Vindhyagiri my old ship, and the LPD INS Jalashwa. He's been associated with studies in the National Defense Academy, the Staff College, and the Naval War College, Goa. He has a PhD from the Mumbai University and a whole bunch of postgraduate degrees in sciences and social sciences. He was, after retirement, he was the director of Maritime Warfare Center, Mumbai, and in charge of Naval History Project. He's dedicated himself to the cause of spreading maritime awareness and maritime history. And there is hardly any part of the social media which where you will not find Commodore Srikant Kesnur holding forth in various forums. So I think he's eminently suited to come and speak on the subject selected. Over to you, Srikant. Yeah, 1 point for both speakers. The time allotted to you is 25 minutes. At 20 minutes, I will have a bell which I will interrupt you with to remind you.
How do I have to move my slides? Excuse me. I need to move the slide presentation. So I'm just. Yes, yes. Okay. Up. Okay. Uh, Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Considering the very distinguished number of people in the audience and listening in on the digital panels, please consider all protocols observed. It's wonderful to be back here after 5 years. A little bit intimidating to be the opening batsman. You don't know what sort of pitch there is going to be and what's the bounce. But, well, very, very much privileged that I have for the moderator, Admiral Arun Prakash, someone whom one has looked up to as a role model and inspiration. Also thankful for the personal presence of Admiral Anup Singh. As my captain on Delhi, he incited this love for history, naval history. There's always a history buff, but I think a lot of naval history comes to Admiral Anup Singh. And more recently, Admiral KB Singh, who reposed lots of faith in me as OIC Naval History Project, who, if he had his way, would have put me in charge of the Lothal project, but fortunately that didn't happen. So I continue to be in Bombay and on social media, as Admiral Arun Prakash said. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we began with certain questions about CPAR. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you take a guess as to where this has come about? No. Pivotal roles, importance can be traced back to antiquity. This is the introductory paragraph of the Indian Naval Academy concept note on the seminar. Okay. Now, I don't blame the INA, don't get me wrong, but look at it. Sea power is associated with Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans. You know, there is no mention of Indians or Chinese, right? Then there is a para 2, which is fuzzy maritime heritage, and that is where India comes in. So, amongst a lot of people, and like I said again, this is not about finding fault with the Naval Academy. Probably Johnson's topic will deal with the aspects of colonization. When you have entire maritime literature about sea power written by the Westerners, obviously they're not going to talk of Indian sea power. You know, this is something that we have to generate for ourselves. But this is what you'll get everywhere. That sea power means Phoenicians, Romans, and Greeks, and then their modern successors. But as the CNS said, and Admiral Sridharan, and this was look at what he says, that sea power embraces all that tends to make a people great upon the sea. So it's not merely meant warships, it's much more. So the topic given to me in one sense was India's maritime power through the ages, but I'm going to concentrate on sea power. Now look at this, 13th October, just 2 days back is the US uh, anniversary. This tweet is, of course, taken from 2 years ago, the US Navy anniversary. Look at what these two gentlemen talk about. Okay. US Navy, the single organization most responsible for largest increase in global prosperity. And the other person says US Navy has underwritten the liberal world order. There's nothing about protecting national sovereignty. Har inch ka zameen hum ye karenge, fence karenge. This is true understanding of what the navies are meant to be, a kind of global role that moves beyond merely protecting national sovereignty or the defense of borders. Now, do we see ourselves that way? Well, in lots of ways, yes. We are a navy in progress. But if I were to put India's sea power journey, again, the topic given to me was India's maritime power through the ages. But maritime power, as the chief of naval staff and everyone has concluded, we've had maritime power. But, while nobody doubts our seafaring abilities of our ancestors and all that, there's a little bit of hitchak about sea power. India ke paas sea power tha kya? So let me try and see if I can address that. My argument is that sea power in India has followed different phases. There was a long phase from the ancient time up till about the end of Cholas, then briefly from the Cholas before the colonials, then the colonials, and a little bit of Indian Navy sea power after independence too. So there is one view. Aparna Kapadia is a historian based in the UK. She says as early as first century, India was a part of interconnected global network, but where merchants without navies ruled the high seas and trade without colonialism flourished. That's one view that, well, there was this maritime power, but there's not much of navy. Now, this is a very busy slide, but there's a historian called Bimal Kanti Majumdar. Please don't confuse him with the more well-known R.C. Majumdar, right? But what does Bimal Kanti Majumdar, and he actually writes, I have that slim book here, he writes about India's military system, including sea power at different phases, starting right from the Harappans and Vedic phases. But importantly, he says, probably the Mauryas of Magadha, and he brings lots of issues that there were piracy, they brought in aspects of navy in the statecraft and all that. But his last sentence is important. So he says, it is therefore possible to hazard the conclusion that the history of Indian Navy may be traced as far back as 4th century BC, if not earlier. Right? 4th century BC. So you got two views. Now take this third view that's not from the Navy at all, and I just want to read this because this is important. This is Ancient India and Rome. This is a book on early Buddhist art. Please see what it says. Rome transition, came to the Red Sea and all that. Senators now strolled through the forum sporting oink jewelry from the Deccan, while urban tradesmen seasoned their wine with the aromatic Himalayan spikenard. Soldiers along Hadrian's wall flavored their rations with Malabar pepper, and Roman gourmands enumerated through the spices that must be in the house the Indian staples of pepper, ginger, clove, and cardamom. Even paupers could catch wafts of Asian cinnamon immolated at local temples. The allure of India resonated with Romans because India was present as much in the marketplace as it was in the imagination. Now tell me, if this is not par, what is? Today we talk a lot about, Western societies, we imitating them, the fact that we're wearing suits and all that today is an outcome of how some people in some part of the world dressed. This is Romans. In fact, the greatest collections of Roman coins outside of the Mediterranean are found in India because we were draining them of their wealth. If this is not power, and this power, ladies and gentlemen, happened because of exchanges on the sea. It was the maritime vector that made it possible. That's what B.K. Majumdar says. From 2nd to 5th century sees the Hindus, and he's not being religious. B.K. Majumdar was not a right-wing historian. Okay? No, he says, showed signs of maritime activities, establishment of political power. Now that is important. There's another professor, George Cadiz. I've kept his slide hidden later, but a French scholar based in Vietnam, he called this Indianization of Southeast Asia based on concepts of political power, royalty, and all that. So this is very, very important. Today, when we talk of judicial frameworks, political frameworks, even our military frameworks that derived from the West. What I'm trying to tell you is at one point of time, a whole lot of Southeast Asia and certain parts of West were influenced and Indian culture, but also Indian political systems and concepts of royalty, concepts of kingship, the concept of Chakravarti derived from India, right? Or as Panikkar says, and again important, from at least 5th century BC to 6th century AD, naval supremacy rested with continental powers. So, what Admiral Rajamenon says about maritime strategy for continental countries, well, I mean, Panikkar says that your continental powers had maritime supremacy. It's not necessary. Of course, Cholas were in some ways thalassocracy, they were maritime powers, but even your continental powers had certain amount of maritime supremacy. Now we go, I'm skipping because of time constraints. There are Satavahanas, there are Pallavas, there are Pandyas, there are Kakatiyas, there are Kalingas, the great Kalingas of Orissa. But Cholas in some ways mark the apogee of Indian power. Because at this time, it's not just your military power that has increased, it is everything. It is wealth, it's your political power, it's your cultural power. And that is why he is able to spread so much. By the time of Rajendra Chola, Admiral Arun Prakash mentioned 10,017 to 25. Next year is 1,000 years of that expedition. So this man who called himself Gangaikonda Cholapuram, the man who brought Ganga after defeating the Palas of Bengal, another great naval power, now he is actually, moved and subdued. And it's different. This is for economic differences that he had with Srivijaya, issues on taxation. So many of the debates that we see happen today. So I would argue that Chola's 10th and 11th centuries was a high power mark, high water mark of maritime power. And as B.K. Majumdar says again, military organization of many of these countries, composition of army and methods of warfare and diplomacy were patterned on India. Now today we merrily quote Clausewitz. It is the Prussian staff system that we follow. What Majumdar is saying is this is exactly what the rest of the countries in the world were doing in relation to India. So again I ask you, if this is not power, what is? So again, there was a bit of difference between the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal because I've kept that slide hidden. But from about the 7th, 8th century, with the rise of Islam, Islamic incursions started from sea. They were trading with South. There were certain incursions in North. Sometimes there were ripples. Sometimes they overcame the Indian people. So Arabian Sea was more trade centered, but East, importantly, had sovereign participation. It had political participation, it had business participation, it had skin in the game and stakeholdership by the highest in the land. That is why Panikkar says Arabian Sea used for trade, but Bay of Bengal was different. And Majumdar says if there had been any kind of raids in the East, there would have been surely ripples. This is a good counterfactual to history because ultimately some of our raids started coming in the West. So essentially, in pre-colonial, engagement between fleets are rare, but that is true of all the countries in the world. You are talking of navies that did counter piracy, enforcement of taxes, freedom of seas maintained. So I would argue that certainly there was sea power, but if you're looking at tactical lessons, probably not. That started with the gun era. These were lessons at strategic level. You must look at history in a more sophisticated way. These are not linear things. These are not simplistic things. But I would argue that there was fair bit of sea power. Now this is a painting. I mean, it's a famous painting, but it's taken from a hotel in Kochi, a starred hotel. And always wonder why is this Indian fascination for Vasco da Gama coming here? I mean, it was an important moment in history, but not something we ought to be very proud about. But anyway, That is one aspect of being colonized. But look at what the Portuguese view of the sea was. Pedro Alvarez Cabral, their second sort of leader, he says there exists this right, mare closum and mare liberum happens in Europe, but here, since we are the masters, we reserve our right to confiscate the goods of all those who navigate. I mean, this is khule aam dadagiri, much like the 9 dash line that happens today, from another country. But these are lessons from history. As they say, history rhymes, if not repeats. And this is the Portuguese view of history. What I'm trying to tell, ladies and gentlemen, in simple words, the cadets, that those who rule the waves wave the rules. And this is how the Europeans changed the template. It is not that Indians didn't have sea power, but they brought in astroturf to a people who were playing kabaddi and said, "Chalo hockey khelte hain." So essentially they changed the rules of the game. They changed the complete template from open seas to conquered, and now they brought in concepts of karthas and license and all that. So I'm not suggesting that we waive the rules, but I'm suggesting that if you want to prevent people from waiving the rules, you obviously got to be strong. The same Portuguese model followed by Britain, okay, with a little bit more, cloak of sophistication, with what I call as the 5 C's: control through bases and coaling stations. That's where the navies come: conquer, consolidate, commerce, and create. But that is the template for colonization. Now, during this time too, okay. What were the Indians doing? All has been brought out by Admiral, the great Kunjali Marakkar, Rani Abbakka. Mughals, of course, didn't have too much appetite for sea building. The Wadiyas for seafaring. The Wadiyas built lots of ships, but for the British, and the great Marathas. So political backing was not there for the Indians. We could discuss some of those stories. But I do want to stress upon the Marathas. Unfortunately, our contemporary history discussions veer one way or the other to polarize views. But let's not forget that Marathas were absolutely kick-ass great seafarers, because they were fighting at a time of guns and cannons. The Marathas were fighting lots of entities on land. And for Shivaji at the age of 27 to conquer the first port, start shipbuilding in 1657, do a expedition to Basrur in 1663, have a navy of nearly 400 ships, about 200 warships, before he passed away at the age of 15, 1680. That is fantastic. And the same thing is taken over by Kanoji Angre later. Okay. Now, this is a book of the Royal Indian Navy, written by the British, given to all naval officers, written in 1944. These are excerpts for this book. And they are calling Angre pirate. They're giving him all sorts of galis. Yet they are saying, fortunately his sons were divided. As long as Angre was alive, no trading vessel could dare to pass on his coast. In 1949 was the first success we had against these pirates. So even the Britishers, even with their knowledge of, with their desire to distort history, were giving this sort of praises for Angre. So I think we must hoist the fact that Marathas were great sea power. They perhaps, in colonial period, our sea power was centered on sea denial, not on sea control. Though again, there are now documents suggesting that Shivaji's fleet went to different parts of at least Persia and Arab world. But we'll have to see that a bit more. Unfortunately, this is where our literature fails us. There's not too much documentation on the tactical battles. So this is when close combat to standoff happened. So colonial powers with greater technology, better technology, and I'm sure that will get addressed. But we lost out on the tech race. So essentially, what are the takeaways of history? As B.K. Majumdar says, well, we've always had war and diplomacy and expansion and imperialism. It's occupied the Indian mind. However, Indian statesmen have always been guided by diplomacy and not force. Now, remember ultimately that sea power or naval power is dependent on how much the political executive invests in. So, largely, therefore, that is where our sea power has been. A bit, I would argue, now coming to the Indian Navy, that when we have moved from half a dozen sloops in last 75 years to some of the largest navies in the world, I can explain the Indian Navy sea power journeys in 4 or 5 slides. and I'm coming to that. So, preferred security partner, as Admiral KB Singh brought out, first responder. I put a question mark there in case some of you want to question that. But I believe that Indian Navy seafarer journey is also interesting. And it's interesting because in 75 years, it's not that the political leadership has given complete backing to the Navy and say, grow. There have been ups and downs. As Panikkar says, unfortunate tendency to overlook the say. Mickey Roy says, hesitancy to identify the responsibilities of Navy. Okay. And yet, despite that, look at this very interesting thing. Great ambition of one of our chiefs, Admiral Adhar Chatterjee, who says in 1968, when the British withdrew west of Suez, he said, we will be in charge. And of course, at that time, he was chastised by his external affairs minister, and, Swaran Singh said, no, 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 we don't agree with what the Admiral says. But today, when you call yourself first responder and preferred security provider, in a way, you're proving Adhar Chatterjee right, albeit he spoke in a typical military language. But look at what Harsh Pant, no naval officer, says. Very interesting. Until end of Cold War, maritime dimension of India's security did not figure. So he is actually saying until 1990-91, the Navy was ignored. And yet, despite the Indian Navy's marginalization, the Navy has been largely successful. Right. I've got 5 minutes more. Thanks. So now this is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes more, sir? Yes. This is interesting because it actually argues that the Indian Navy's people have made the growth of Indian Navy possible. And we got to thank people like Admiral Arun Prakash, Admiral Anup Singh, Admiral KB Singh, and everyone, because what it means, like that Gurcharan Das has written a book called India Grows at Night, saying that Indian economic growth has not been because of the government, but sometimes in spite of the government, irrespective of who the government is. And this thing by Harsh Pant actually suggests that. And you'll see that Indian Navy is actually grown, that song in Shalimar says. Adhar Chatterjee said another very good thing about what the Navy should do. He says, as the largest of the countries in the ocean, we should be a moderating influence. That means a force for good. Again, goes back to the role of the navies, that we are meant to do much more than war fighting. Call it protection of liberal order, call it contribution to, global diplomacy, call it vaccine diplomacy or whatever. So 4 or 5 photographs, that's the Navy in 71 war, where finest are, we got the bragging rights, we fought in 2 oceans, but we did much more than that. We are in the forefront of making and building in India. This is huge. I don't need to tell about it, but it talks a lot about a country's confidence when the Navy, unlike the Army and Air Force, with no disrespect to them, makes in India. But next couple of slides are interesting. This is Prime Minister Modi during our presidentship of the Security Council, actually talking of the Information Fusion Center during a session on maritime security. So this is what you call contributing to public goods. And this is where the Indian Navy has been doing it repeatedly and continuously, including now, including the evacuation of people from Lebanon, in which Admiral Anup Singh was involved. Look at this. Look at the difference. Admiral Arun Prakash had written an article in Indian Express in 2011. He said that INS Mumbai was steaming and ready. A vessel called Bhakti Sagar was hijacked. But there was no approval given from the government for 24 hours. They kept wondering about whether it will hurt our African and Arab neighbors. From there, I guess, if you see the difference in the action we took against merchant vessel Ruin, waiting for it to come from Somalia and then hit it, I think there has been a calibrated difference in approach. And that's why you see this interesting, headline in the Deccan Herald, I think. This is interesting too, again, because for the first time now, this is Hindu newspaper just a fortnight ago, naval evacuation contemplated. So we are now having probably people, again, it's not about which party's government. I'm talking of political and bureaucratic apex that is realizing the different ways in which the Navy can be utilized. It's a far cry from, and I guess this has got a little to do with the way we've done excellent evacuation in Lebanon, Libya, Yemen, and all that. So, in a way, therefore, and this wonderful again providing public goods chart of the port of Tanga by Admiral Lamba. Tanga has an interesting history, site of World War I battle in which many Indian Army soldiers were killed. So when you provide a chart through a survey done by an Indian survey vessel built in India, I would argue that you're providing some sort of a closure and moving from times of colonialism and competition to collaboration and cooperation, a different template by India in this region. So, in conclusion, I believe I have made a case that we have been a maritime power from antiquity, but we make a good case to be seen as a sea power since millennia. The whole problem is when we talk of prism of history, let us change the prism. If you see it through a colonial prism, you will conclude that India was not much of a sea power. I would argue that we need to look at a different prism. And of course, remember that sea power depends on two things: professional excellence and operational efficiency at sea. And more important, how is it viewed on land by the decision makers. So I offer myself a few points for discussions because given the constraints of time, I could not cover that. But these are issues that bear upon statecraft and sea power, lessons from our epics. I can delineate that in the question answers. The story of Mughal ships and Mughal attitude to sea power, the story of the forts of Suvarnadurg and Vijayadurg, and last but not the least, 1965 and Navy. So if someone would like to bring them up for discussion, I'll be happy to answer. On that note, I'd like to conclude, arguing once more that India has been a sea power for long. देखने का नजरिया बदलना चाहिए. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srikanth, for an excellent encapsulation of our maritime history in exactly 24 minutes and 39 seconds. So you're absolutely right that the Indian Navy can rightly trace its ancestry to the 4th century BC. And you quoted enough historians, but I think there is a lot of work to be done. But the problem in writing of India's maritime history is that it is spread over 9 maritime states from Gujarat to West Bengal. Each of them has a different language, and the maritime history is buried in temple inscriptions and archaeological findings and records of tradesmen and so on. So it's a huge challenge to compile India's maritime history in great detail, especially specific periods like the Maratha era and so on. In addition to all the historians that Commodore Kesnur has mentioned, very recently a new book has come out called The Golden Road by an Englishman called William Dalrymple. He lives in India. He's also delved into the same sources, etc. Plus, he's had access to other sources. And he makes out a case that all this hullabaloo about China and the Silk Road and so on, maritime, is all nonsense. It was actually Indian sailors who took Indian culture and Indian trade all the way from Rome to Japan. And the findings of Roman coins and so on on the western east coast are proof of that. I haven't finished the book, but I think it's a book worth acquiring for the INA library.
Sir, briefly, just that's what Commodore Johnson. In a sense, what Dalrymple says is what many Commodore Johnson, I, and many people in the maritime community. I'm not suggesting we said it. It's something we are aware and we've been talking. Except that Dalrymple has a much bigger audience than we have.
No, not only audience, he has the resources. He has the, to take another example, the Chinese, which I mentioned, in order to justify their huge maritime expansion, they commissioned, again, a Royal Navy's submarine officer called Gavin Menzies. They provided him with 100 scholars and researchers and huge amount of money. And they created a huge myth around the Chinese Admiral Zheng He. And he's supposed to have discovered everything that we believe that Columbus and so on discovered. So myths can be created, but in our case, there is genuine history. It needs to be compiled, dug out, compiled and collated. So thank you, Srikanth. Our second speaker is Commodore Protocol Johnson, a unique personality who joined the Indian Navy via the Merchant Navy route. He was trained on the training ship Rajendra. And as a matter of interest, some time ago, I was talking to a merchant navy officer, and I asked him, I said, "What is the origin of this name Rajendra?" So he scratched his head and he said, "I think it is named after Captain Rajendra." A little realizing that this ship is named after Rajendra Chola the First, the great Chola emperor. So that is the shallowness of our knowledge of maritime history. Coming back to Commodore Johnson, he, as I said, he joined by the Merchant Navy. He's had a lifelong interest in 36 years that he spent in the Navy in maritime history and issues related to it. He served as the director of the Maritime Warfare Center in Cochin and Deputy Assistant Chief of Integrated Defense Staff. He's had exposure to naval operations, force structuring, education, training, and so on. His main work in history, historical research, etc., has been in the Historical Society under the Western Naval Command, where briefly we worked together. He's written a book, authored a book called The Timeless Wake, The Legacy of the Royal Indian Navy. After retiring from the Navy, he joined the Aditya Birla World Academy, Mumbai, where he teaches global politics. He is associated with the Naval War College in Goa, where he is a guide for PhD scholars and he is a guest faculty. He himself holds a doctorate, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that you also hold a doctorate and many PhDs. Dr. Johnson is a PhD in civics and politics, and he also has a number of MSc degrees. So, over to you, Johnson. He's going to speak on a dismal period in our history, which is colonization of the Indian Ocean.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chair, my illustrious co-panelist who didn't steal too much of my script, who himself is, as mentioned, a doyen in maritime history and media, my most treasured audience, very somnambulistically occupied as what cadets must do in a very different world and not in Kautilya, and the honored guests, and of course, Commandant, thanks for having me here to return after 5 years, which I'll mention in a minute. I want to say this. I consider it, and this is stolen from a German quote, to be a proud citizen of maritime India who had the privilege of wearing the Navy whites for 34 years. Those years were spent understanding the power of the sea, and today I stand here not just as a veteran of the Navy, but today as a teacher and, more important, as a continuous learner. The Dilli series CPAR seminar serves as an intellectual haven where the richness of maritime thought and strategy converges. And that's why, as I move into the story of the colonization of India seen from the prism of maritime history, it's a journey of geopolitics, not only of India, but of Indian Ocean region and behind. But on a side note, I must mention that this is a homecoming of sorts. As you mentioned, we had the crazy days of COVID. So I was reminded I'm returning to INA 5 years from the last visit in 19. And by the way, my grade 9 students have mentioned that we let you go. I've given them some assignments on Google Classroom. They said, when you come back, we need you to tell a story of Ezhimala. That's a story of how we do. So it's an honor to be here in the very first, which I call a geographical paradise of Ezhimala and an academic haven called the Indian Naval Academy. On that note, I also teach theory of knowledge to grade 11 and 12. And TOK, or theory of knowledge, focuses on epistemology, the study of how we know what we know. And the question to us is Sanuki. To the graduating batch of 2025, the question is, why should I find relevance in the European advent to the Indian Ocean? What difference does it make to me? And I hope by the end of this session, you will have some answers, the answers which I am still searching. But the truth is, these historical events, and I'm happier to have a lesser time period to focus on, talk of our emerging leadership in the 21st century in the Indo Pacific. And standing here, how can we use the past as a lens to navigate the challenges of the future? And so, let us dwell into the importance of CPAR, and I'm not going to go theoretical, but that map with the busiest waterways of the world, and very carefully noted, despite certain there are no errors, they are the riverine waterways and the seafaring waterways. Out of them, Indian Ocean region, though you find a big confluence in the North Atlantic, the Indian Ocean has historically been a focal point of maritime voyages, control, and power struggles. And in that light, the European advent into the Indian Ocean wasn't just an exploratory venture. It was the beginning of a maritime race for supremacy that would later shape India's history and the history of this region. It was CPAR that enabled the Portuguese, and I'm going to talk about them in a bit more, to establish their trading posts, the British to get control over the subcontinent, and the global maritime order to shift towards what we know as modern geopolitics. So, coming to present, before we go back to our period, last month at the Quad Leaders Summit, along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, one of the things the summit in Wilmington declared placed India at the heart of resurgence of maritime thought and action in the Indo-Pacific. So as we move forward, sea power is not only crucial, but a central pillar of India's international strategy. And that modern geopolitical emphasis reminds us that India, as mentioned in the previous talk, has always been a maritime power, historically and culturally intertwined with the seas. The Indian Ocean has had a multi-millennial legacy, which time doesn't permit. That used to be my talk. And in the morning, the earlier talk, the chief talked about culture, connectivity, and commerce. I know when we wrote that, I have written it as culture, climate, and commerce, and just talk about it just in a few lines. The Indian Ocean for millennia has been a bridge between civilizations. Last year, returning from Hua Hin in Thailand for a family visit, I had been told by a good friend, Sanjeev Sanyal, in the Economic Advisory Council, that India doesn't celebrate Samudra Manthan, but Bangkok airport has got a large, iconic depiction of the entire Vasuki and the entire thing. When I landed, I didn't know it was in the departure terminal. I went in, and as I came out, I came to the departure and I looked at it and I literally screamed. My wife was, of course, very alarmed, and then few other people looked, but I was just excited to see what was talked about. So, culture has, and I have no hesitation whether spread of Buddhism or Hinduism or Arabs carrying Islam, the Indian Ocean region has been the confluence of movement of culture, thoughts, carried by mariners, merchants, and missionaries to interconnect these waters. Coming to climate, and I'll talk more in a later slide, but it is climate of this region that enabled the kind of connectivity that we have had. And of course, how can you forget commerce? Commerce was the raison d'etre of maritime activity in the Indian Ocean region. And again, we'll mention that at the right places. So these three kind of decided how the transitions and transformations that would take place in the Indian Ocean region. Now, as we just look at this map has been seen very often. So I'm not going to talk about the map. On the flight inbound, I was reading Admiral James Stavridis' latest book, not latest, it's 2018, Seapar, the History and Geopolitics of the World's Oceans. Now, Stavridis is a man who, like some of us, has transitioned from a life of seafaring practice to academia. And he gives a sweeping narrative of different oceans. But to my surprise and in my view, he gives a short shrift to the Indian Ocean, and he calls it in the title itself as an ocean of the future, which is right. It will be the future of geopolitical competition. But in terms of historical narrative, he completely takes away key components of the history of Indian Ocean. And that tendency, friends, to focus on narratives that aligns with a particular ideology, a particular strategy, a particular school of thought is something that I still today am trying to unlearn and relearn. It's easier for me now being in academia to accept for a moment Indian Ocean as the ocean of future, but actually it will remain an ocean of present and definitely an ocean of the past. Now, this is a slide of the new world in 16th century. In short, it's the outcome of a papal bull or what the Pope provided in 1493, dividing all lands discovered and to be discovered between Spain and Portugal, essentially giving two of them, say, आधे बाएं जाओ, आधे दाएं जाओ, बाकी मेरे पीछे आओ types. That Sholay kind of thing. But it also promotes the narrative of the age of discovery. Who was being discovered? Were we some bicharas who were found by some people on orders from far? And the chair of this session in a recent seminar mentioned, and this he often speaks, most Indians are blissfully ignorant about the fact that from the 3rd millennium BC till the 13th century AD, India was a thriving maritime power. And some of these have been very rightly shared by good friend Dr. Shrikant. And so the Indian Ocean region was already being traversed by sailors, traders, explorers, many, at least a millennia before the age of discovery. And we've talked about Southeast Asia. So let me just come to a bit of technicality, which you probably are already aware of. One of the reasons that Indian Ocean has enjoyed this passage, purely navigationally speaking, and if you could understand and study the Indian Ocean dipole that allows a two monsoon system to occur, and this has been known and understood not by Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, but in our own text for at least a few millennia, and that enabled the passage in different season using sail power to advantage based on what we were doing. So these seasonal winds were essential for connectivity, and the Indian Ocean became a bridge. So let's come to the topic. Why did Europe seek sea routes to India? And the idea was a combination of economic ambition, religious zeal, and political rivalry. So start with the economic imperatives. Now that picture is from Chandni Chowk, but you could probably find that same picture in Jew Town in Kochi. And it's spices. So my story I've titled, this is just to make you remember, Masala, Malmal and Masiha. Okay, so that's the masala. The spices such as pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg were most valuable commodities of that era. They were not luxuries, not just luxuries, but essentials to transform the European culinary world. If you're going to have non-veg without good refrigeration, then you need to garnish it and marinate it with proper spices. Now, getting these spices was not easy. Arab and Ottoman middlemen and Venetian traders controlled the spices, and their control frustrated the Europeans to no end. So the masala was not just about flavor, it represented the very existence and made things difficult, turned a problem. And spices were not the only ones. I call it malmal. It's not just one kind of fabric, but basically India produced luxurious fabrics like fine cotton and silk, high demand in Europe. Indian textiles were renowned for their quality and craftsmanship, and controlling the trade routes became essential to the Europeans. The allure of this was strong, so strong that economies in Europe relied on the input. But the drive for wealth and textile was not the only reason. There's a third factor, the religious motive or the Masiha factor. Spread of Christianity was part of the European agenda, with Portugal and Spain were to do. Now, let me tell about reality and the myth. The reality is Saint Thomas, one of the disciples of Jesus, called Thomas Didymus, that's his full name, very few people realize it, came to India in AD 52, landed near Kodangallur, because for almost a millennia there was a connection between Berenike in Red Sea and Pattanam in Kerala. And he did not come to convert, he came to look for Jews. Now, Jewish history is not the nonsense that is going on in West Asia, but it has been there for many, and India has been at a connection to Jews, like they have been also with the Parsis. So he came, and the first converts were Jews. Of course, later some Brahmanical families also became. So there is a lot of myths about the Portuguese and the Brits bringing Christianity. But there's a more interesting legend, the legend of Prester John. As far as the Portuguese were concerned, they didn't know who were Hindus. They only knew Muslims as Moors, and everyone beyond them had been converted to Christianity by this great king called Prester John. And so they were coming to re-establish a strategic alliance with Prester John to overcome the challenge from the Arabs. You know the reality. And then that's why, and I'm going to comment on Vasco da Gama's famous painting quite often. Now, in addition to this, comes the fall of Constantinople in 1453. It's a pivotal event which finally made the Ottomans, made the Europeans frustrated and blocked Europe's access to the overland trade routes that provided the riches of the East. This loss forced European powers to seek alternative ways. And I've talked about the papal bulls. The quest for sea route to India became a vital necessity. I have one more element on why it happened, and that's technology. I mean, you are studying a technical course. What allowed the Europeans to succeed in this quest? And I have three elements called navigation, shipbuilding, and naval guns. European explorers had been building and they had developed tools, astrolabe, quadrant, the predecessor to the sextant, and the compass. And they had been for about 100 years trying to come down south till finally they managed to round the Cape. In terms of shipbuilding, the development of the caravel and the galleon made large size ships possible. And the naval guns, this is the fascinating part. Gunpowder was discovered in the East. It travels through India and others through the Arabs and finally lands in Europeans. But they are the ones who managed to put a cannon on a ship. And that's a complete story, but the history of naval artillery is very critical to be understood. This gave them a lot of edge, because I now move to the other part, which for many years, my mentor, Admiral Avti, used to ask, why did Indian maritime power decline? Some reasons have been already mentioned, but I want to talk about two. By the 12th century, we had acquired, 12th, early 13th century, a continental mindset. I call it the Somnath effect. When Gauri and Ghazni and these people continuously attack, all the attacks were happening from the northwest. Plus, you had any maritime venture was very expensive, despite the providing of capital by the temples, which acted as the merchant, plus the merchant guilds. The kings decided to shift their attention to where the risk was. And so I call what is a strategic apathy. And one of the people that I put a lot of blame is actually the Mughal kings. There is a Mughal navy, but the only interest was the Hajj ships must travel safely across to Arab for the pilgrimage. Or there was a little bit of action in Brahmaputra with the Ahom navy. On the main way, there was no focus on development, which brings to the third part. We had a technological stasis. Bhai, bahut badhiya jahaz banate the. After that, what? Would we have continued to build ships? By the way, my surname is shared by another family called the Odakal Mestris, Bepur, and it's slightly between here and Bepur, who could build a ship, and they still do. With the Navy is collaborating on a state ship project. They could build a ship by singing a song. The song had the plans, but you can only build a 500 or 600 ton with that. You can't build larger ones. And we refuse to evolve. So while it's great pride, our technology did not develop, and we had to, at some stage, reach that stage. So this is going to be challenging. So I'm going to run. Portuguese arrive in Kozhikode. By the way, the paper has the entire detailed timeline. This image is a myth. Vasco da Gama had to attempt to land 3 times before this so-called meeting with the Samudri happened. And that's not as what the artist paints. There is much more to the story. But uh, uh, Portuguese influence started, continued. Then come the Dutch in Masihlipatnam, and Dutch who came for the first time in 1602 didn't come to India. They come later in 1605 to Masihlipatnam, and the Verenigde Oostindische Company or VOC, they allowed their trade to develop. English come in the 1608, entering the Indian Ocean after Dutch. They established an outpost in Surat in 1608, but after the Battle of Plassey, they had a lot of control. Somehow Stavridis does not even talk about the French East India Company much, and they had great aspirations, but I will mention in one of the battles. But this is what I wanted you to know. We do not realize that it was not just the first 4 colonizers. The Danish East India Company landed in Tranquebar and Coromandel Coast in 1620. For nearly 2 centuries they were there till they sold it to the Brits in 1845. Of course, later they were involved more in folk of Christianity. The Swedish East India Company made a brief attempt at Porto Novo on the southeast coast of India, 1733, but they didn't last much. And very few know that Austria tried to land in Nicobar in 1778, but disease and harsh living conditions rendered that unviable. And so, because of lack of time, I'll probably rush through this. There are many battles that took place, but 5 battles must be studied. Ultimately, it's the Indian Naval Academy. Okay, the first is the Battle of Calicut. Uh, Dr. Oliver Noon, a practicing cardiologist, has written a book about the forgotten battles of Calicut. He spoke at one of the Dilli series seminars earlier, and he talks about Vasco da Gama wanted to avenge the death of Cabral, and then he comes. What is significant is this was the first line of battle in the early 16th century in Arabian Sea. So and then of course Zamarin's forces get defeated and they sign a peace treaty. Battle of Diu is more well known, but the Battle of Diu was preceded by a loss that the Portuguese suffered in 1507, and it's a coming together of 3 rulers: the Mamluks of Egypt, the Gujarat Sultan, and the Zamarin, who came together but lost to the Portuguese. And the Battle of Diu was a turning point for the Portuguese, not just there, but also they go on to Goa. Portuguese in Goa is again a huge story. The Battle of Swali in 1612, where Captain Best's ships managed to defeat the Portuguese. They had just 4 galleons like the Portuguese, but British emerged victorious. Battle of Colachal is not a naval battle, it's a land battle. But it would be 1905 before another Asian power would defeat a colonial power. And the Dutch had been raiding to prevent Travancore's rise, but Marthawanda Varma led Travancore to defeat the Dutch army in 1741. My first paper at Maritime History Society was Anglo-French rivalry in the Bay of Bengal. This is a battle in our region which Alfred Thayer Mahan has quoted in his Influence of Sea Power on History. While Carnatic Wars he mentions, the battles of wit between Sufra and Hughes and 3 series of wars between 1781 and 1783 should be read by any naval military strategist, just to say in that time come. So, What difference does it make? I said we started with Sanuki, and this is my closing. Sea power is critical to our existence, to the geopolitical landscape. Today, India is not a sorry player. We are an ascendant maritime power. And whether it is Quad, and in this coming year, one of the tasks given in the Wilmington Declaration is training. And I believe in some manner, Indian Naval Academy will play a role in this emerging discussion into the in the Indo-Pacific. Colonization, my caution, we think colonization is over. You have colonization of a new kind. You have colonization of the mind. My students of global politics need to read the global news every day. 95% of the references are New York Times, Reuters, and all the think tanks from West. There are very few Indians. We are writing, but they don't pop up in those parts. So we talked about writing, and that must come. I'm hoping to attend. George Santana has already been quoted, so that part. So let me just come to my close, which is, let's chart new waters. Indian Ocean remains a vital arena for global competition. For modern naval professionals, we can't sail the waters of the past. We have to use knowledge and innovation to maintain our superiority and influence. The seas are dynamic. As professionals in the world of national security, we must protect, influence, and shape. As I stand before you today, I reflect on the role that you will play in the future as we chart new waters. I want to say this: Vidyaha Margam Prakashantam, may knowledge, or rather, as I've, yes, okay, that just got missed, but it is to say, let knowledge illuminate our maritime pathways. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Johnny. I was pessimistic that you would present a dismal picture of colonization, but I think you've taken a satellite view of the colonial period and been very educated. So, with two um, researchers, speakers on my other side, I think the future of Indian maritime history is bright, provided you gentlemen decide to take pen to paper and write some books. You have accumulated a huge store of knowledge. Please put it to paper. Right. So, as Commodore Johnson pointed out, in the year 2006, Indian Dhao was hijacked by Somali pirates. We had a destroyer close by, and we sought permission from the government to intercept and rescue our people. And we were told that, look, it won't look very good on our part, and India is seen as big brother and so on. And the question was asked that if you want to rescue this particular bunch of Indian seamen, then every time there are Indian seamen in trouble, will you send a warship to rescue them? Our answer was yes. If we have a warship, we'll certainly do that. But we didn't receive an answer, so the ransom was paid and these people came back. And today we have a Navy which is so proactive that it is making the US Navy look bad. The Houthis are playing merry hell with merchant traffic. They are firing at US Navy warships, etc. But they've not been able to do what the Indian Navy has done, forceful interventions. And so I think the Indian Navy has arrived. Now it is up to us to look back at our history and put it together. The Navy will progress regardless of whether we have a history or not. So the question we have to ask ourselves, and maybe you young gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, can also put it to the speakers, that up to a point we have Roman coins being found in Kodangalur on the west coast and on the east coast. So how did Roman coins come so far to India? Again, as Commodore Johnson mentioned, if you land up in Bangkok airport, which by the way is called Swarna Bhumi airport. Swarna Bhumi is a Sanskrit word. And there you see Sagar Manthan. The national emblems of Indonesia and Thailand are Garud. And if you ask any of the local people, what is this bird? This is from the Ramayana. The motto of the Indonesian Navy is Jalamaya. Huh? Well, it's Jalasya something. Anyway, it's a Sanskrit phrase which means victorious at sea. So, how did all this happen? And then, when Vasco da Gama lands up in Calicut, we have nothing to show for it. There are various theories, but I think Panikkar deals with it very briefly, and he says that this myth about Hindus being banned from going to sea. He's not very sure whether it's a truth or a myth, but it is possible that at some point of time, Hinduism, feeling threatened by Buddhism and Jainism and so on, forbade Hindus or Brahmins to travel abroad, and perhaps that is the reason that after a certain period we have no one, going abroad and so on after such a hectic maritime past. But it's up to you, gentlemen, to look into this kind of thing. So I think there have been two very interesting and thought-provoking speeches by our two speakers. We have enough time. We have about half an hour for questions and answers. You want to say something? Take the question. No, of course. All right. So the house is open.
So,
House is open. Please ask questions.
yeah, we'll seek questions, but this is one of the challenges that there are a lot of narratives that have been kind of imposed on us, not even gifted to us. And that's why a quality research is vital. Unfortunately, research is not about a researcher. Research is a very expensive proposition and very time consuming proposition. So even if in this large young audience, I'll be very ambitious. If 2 or 3 people take up interest, we will be satisfied. Because, you can't have, most people have to fight the naval battle, but some should do research. Otherwise, we welcome questions.
Okay, the house is open.
Good morning, sir. I'm Cadet Amrita D from Off the Day NOZ Extended. So, as you have mentioned about Indian Ocean as the ocean of future, the present, and definitely the past. So, the question I would like to ask you is, by referring to the inferences that we have gathered over the past years, in what all ways can the Indian Navy excel in terms of technology, manpower, and resources so as to outperform other countries in the journey of becoming the best Navy in the world?
I would not want to dismiss by saying this is the question which will be answered in the subsequent sessions. But based on what we have shared, both of us or all three of us have spoken, it begins with awareness and knowledge. So even if it is like we were not so fortunate, our focus to maritime history came many years later. Definitely not. Admiral was very kind when he was CEO of Vindhyagiri. He never grilled me on naval history. He may have grilled on navigation. So but I just wish, like it's happening, if we first understand what has been the historical journey. There are two elements that you cannot do without for understanding technology and strategy for future. One is geography. We have to have a sound knowledge of geography of the oceans. Second is history of the oceans. Most books which are popular are written by other people. Thankfully, people quote Panikkar, people quote Mukherjee, Radhakumar Mukherjee. And recently, one of the things we have at Maritime History Society, a lot of work has happened and individually people have written about it. So study about it, but the specific directions of what are the areas of the future, I think the Navy itself has taken a lot of leads, and I leave it to the specific speakers. If you pay attention for the next sessions, the technology and power sessions, we have some very experienced members who are there. I don't want to steal their thunder by answering, but begin by learning and awareness of both the geography and history of the region. I hope that is helpful.
Yeah, very quickly, just 30 seconds. Essentially, I'm just answering only from a historical perspective. The other speakers will answer the rest part. You see, one reason that in popular literature from the West you have references to Greece and Rome is because modern Western civilization traces its origins to what happened. They think that their foundational legacies belong to the Roman and Greek civilizations. Now, because the US begins its life in 1776, the British at best, you can say their concept of nation starts with Magna Carta, or later your concept of a nation state starts with Westphalia many centuries later. But please see the physical distance. America is an ocean away from Greece and Rome. Yeah. America is oceans away. Britain is say, hundreds of miles away. Whereas in our case, our maritime history belongs to our geography. So that is the important part that I'd like to say.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is K. Rohin Saxena of the fifth term. My question to you is, sir, you mentioned that ancient civilizations relied heavily on sea control for economic prosperity. How do you think Indian Navy's current strategies reflect this historical principle in today's globalized trade environment?
That's okay. See, history is applicable to the present in terms of certain broader lessons. You can't do a cut, copy, paste because different eras give, different sort of lessons. What is it that was clear about the Cholas, for example, is that they exercised a kind of what can be called loosely sea control. If they could go all the way there, they could fight. They had expeditions. In fact, Rajendra Chola does tactical deception by going through the Sunda Strait when he's expected through the Malacca Strait. On the other hand, if you look at the Marathas and Kunali Marakkars, now they are fighting sea denial battles. But you can't blame them because the enemy is already at doorsteps, so they're trying to deny parts of the sea to the European parts. Irrespective of that, I think both of them, and I use these only in a generic sense. There are lots of other kingdoms that offer lots of lessons too. As is brought out, the Travancore battle against the Dutch, other people, Rani Ambakka's battles. Essentially, when you are powerful, you should have sea control. You should aim to reach different parts of the seas. I don't know if you were there yesterday. In my talk, I said the abiding lesson of history is that you will always have a navy of your coast. If it is not yours, it is somebody else's. So, first is you must have your own navy of your coast. The second important thing, if you want other navies not come to your coast, you should have a navy that is capable of going to their coast. That is why we talk of a blue water navy. The only way to prevent an enemy navy from coming to your coast is if you are capable of going to his coast. So I think that is the abiding lesson of history we must learn. There are other lessons of statecraft, economic policy, and various other things, but I think that can go on long. So this is briefly the most important lesson, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'm DCC Indranil Singh Rao, Daredevils Con. Sir, there are various factors that influence sea power, according to Admiral Alfred Thayer Mann, and India has mostly checked most of the boxes, similar to English and Japan. However, only English developed uncontested power over the seas, and Japan later on in the 20th century during the Russo-Japanese War. Sir, according to you, if India had not been colonized, would we too have been a maritime power?
So this, I think Commodore Kesnur likes counterfactual history more than me. I call something called the unintentional consequences of history approach. I don't think history is really planned out; it happens. And Sanjeev Sanyal talks of theory of chaos and all of that. But coming to your question, you began with Alfred Mahan and components of sea power, and the Britishers had, then they colonized. What if India had not been colonized is a question that recently people have been asking. I think the question is very complex and it's a little difficult to simulate in your mind what would happen over 300-400 years. But here is what I can definitely say. There were some parts of the world which were not colonized. That can be a starting point. It's not that they have been left behind. We didn't we did so-called gain. If you talk of a British accounts, we gained these things from his, but we would have anyway acquired them over a period of time. What shape it would have taken? Would we have become a significant maritime power? I believe we would have. And one reason, I think in the passing something got mentioned today, the US is definitely a global power that got mentioned because of geography. Britain used its island position to advantage. Germany and Russia, being largely continental, could not gain. Even China, that is attempting to be a great maritime power, can only do when the fleets will get operational and they will not sending a few ships to Indian Ocean, but their carrier forces will start coming far beyond. India is the and should be the geographical envy of the world. Across an Indian Ocean, I remember Adam Natkani saying this, when God broke off a piece of land from Gondwana and sailed it up, and he talks about the maritime journey. You just look at the map. Why would India not be a maritime power? Just geography. And today, what we are trying to do in reworking through our approach, the Sagar approach, the infrastructure approach, we are harnessing our position geographically, along with, of course, a lot of supporting factors of knowledge, innovation, technology, some real politic, and all of that. So my answer is we would have become, but we don't know what shape and with what alliances, with collaboration. But the history of the first 1200 years of this common era says we always connected with other people, and just that connection and commerce would have ensured we would have been a maritime power, even in the definition of what Alfred Thayer Mann. This is again my response.
Yeah, okay. I think um, it is the economy which drives, this business of which comes first. Today we talk about so much trade by value and so much by volume, travel by sea, etc. But the key figure to remember is that 40% of our GDP comes from trade, exports and imports. 40%, nearly half. So that by itself would have driven us to the sea. Today you see China's economy is the third or whatever largest in the world. It's the biggest manufacturing nation. The whole Chinese edifice relies on sea lanes. They import raw material by sea, by containers or whatever. They manufacture goods and they export them by sea. 98, 95, 98%. So the well-being, the progress, the prosperity of all nations is sea dependent. So there is no way that we would not have turned to the sea. And China is a good example. Historically, it's been a continental power, etc. But the realization dawn of the Chinese Communist Party that if we are to become a great power, then before that we have to become a maritime great power, which they've done. with great deliberation.
If I can add, I mean, it's always difficult to add anything after Admiral Arun Prakash says. But I think that's an interesting question. And like Commodore Johnson says, I enjoy the counterfactuals more. So, yes, it's not necessary that all countries with a coast necessarily become sea parts. I think there is a kernel of truth in your question. Certainly, if we had continued from 12th century onwards in the same trajectory that our ancestors did, we'd have been a sea power. Now, the phase of Islamic rulers, and again, this is not about Islam. The Arabs were great seafarers. The Omanis were great seafarers. Unfortunately, the people who came to India, the Mughals and their ancestors, had no taste for the sea. They outsourced a bit of thing to the Sindhis. And I've talked about those two ships called Rahimi and Ganji Savai. Read about them. These were Mughal ships built 1500 ton, 2000 ton, and they were hijacked by the British, no, by the Portuguese and English pirates. And the Mughals couldn't do anything at sea. They tried to punish them on land, but it's a different story. Yes. So essentially, I think we would have been if we had continued in the same trajectory. But the interregnum does pose some questions. I'm glad that we came back to a post period after that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Respected Chair, Speakers, good morning. I'm Prithviraj Murugan from the Department of International Relations and Politics, Central University of Kerala. I'm Prithviraj Murugan from the Department of International Relations and Politics, the Central University of Kerala. My question is regarding the non-traditional security issues. Indian Ocean faces a wide range of non-traditional security issues in various spectrums. What parallels we can draw from the prism of history, which will operationally and strategically makes us better to deal the non-traditional?
You will have to repeat and go slow. None of us can hear it.
Oh, sorry, sir.
A little slower and a little louder.
Am I audible now, sir? Yeah. Good morning. I'm Prithviraj Murugan from the Department of International Relations and Politics, Central University of Kerala. The Indian Ocean region faces wide ranges of non-traditional security issues in various spectrum. What parallels we can draw from the prism of history, which will operationally and strategically makes us better to handle the non-traditional security issues in a better way? Are there any specific events in the history which shows we have handled in non-traditional issues in a specific or unique way, which will help us now? That's my question. Thank you.
History on handling of non-traditional threats.
Interesting. I'm just taking the little bit that I understood. And firstly, really happy to have another IR person from Central University of Kerala. Everyone talks about me in history. They forget my subject and my PhD is on international relations. But that's okay. Okay. Non-traditional threats. Let me first debunk the very convenient scholarly division into traditional and non-traditional. There are threats at sea, right? You will not, based on threat, first keep 5 ships out. Achha, now non-traditional, you put another 5 ships out. Like ships have a range of function to kind of adapt their roles from very benign role to sometimes a non-combatant evacuation to, if required, to actually engage in battle with a required enemy. Similarly, threats don't remain just unidimensional. If you are talking of the classic division of those 3-4 concern, that illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, piracy, no longer someone puts it under non-tradition. At least 2008 to 2013 gave a very different picture. If you talk of pollution or the spillage or any of those things, or gun running, which has not been, now drug trafficking from the crescent right down to this thing, the requirement and the approach is the same. You have to be present. What Indian Navy did, that shift of creating those hubs and constant presence, the presence surveillance missions, we have of course kept on evolving our terminology. You need to be present to address the threat. So everyone talks of tsunami. Was that non-traditional threat? But it was a climate-induced problem. And Indian Navy was one of the leading navies to first respond even before the others could get going. So in that sense, our presence and connect with different people. In peacetime, you have to have operations with them to build procedures. So the approach and strategy doesn't change. Historical lesson, why am I saying history? The Cholas, by the way, why did they invade Srivijaya? They didn't have any expeditionary intent that they wanted to conquer and colonize Srivijaya. They had a flourishing trade and piracy, which was like a family legacy around the Srivijaya. And they started affecting maritime trade. After warnings over certain through emissaries, they did not listen. Rajendra Chola had no option but to send an expeditionary force. So when threat rises, you will respond. When piracy rose in Somalia, the global navies responded. So what we need to do is, in the maritime domain, some of those classic divisions may have to be set aside, and your maritime power and presence has to be a constant factor. I know that's not the answer, and I don't mind interacting over tea on theoretical part, but that's the direction that will help.
One, the lesson of history is that for order at sea to protect trade, and whatever threatens order at sea for protection of your trade and national interest, the navy is needed. That's the abiding lesson of history, and that's what the Indian rulers did.
Okay, we have time for two more questions and then we'll have to close.
Good morning, sir. My name is SCC Siddhant Divedi from the Daredevil Squadron. And sir, my question to you is, does, as sir mentioned, that the land intervention in Mughal times shifted our focus from waters to the continents, and that has been the part where we grew weaker in navy in that era. So, how will we, as a navy, will overcome now the continental focus effect which you showed, as we are still facing interventions from Pakistan and China and all other our neighboring countries?
Thank you. These are our favorite questions, okay? And we didn't plant it to you. But here is the point. Thanks to, again, I mentioned very fondly my time on Vindyagiri because read one of the first books on strategy. It used to be a confidential book which you had to draw and read. Today, thankfully, anyone in the country can read some of our articulations. Uh, the change of the continental mindset comes by people who are in the profession when they dive deeper than day-to-day activities and manage to give a convincing case to the government and to the strategy makers. One thing that I can take pride of the Navy that I had in my period from 87, I have been hearing of top leadership who have managed to present a case till finally when I think it was Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and addressing the commanders conference, it became as a major point when he was addressing about the maritime power. From those 2004 or so to today, the entire narrative, if the prime minister at the the Shangri-La dialogue finally coined sagar and gave a term which has become a lexicon thereafter, that means I think at least in the conversations and thinking there has a change happened. On ground we have a long way to go because everything is around Delhi. I mean, one of the reasons of many things is if you have to be a think tank of influence, you have to be in Delhi. If you have to bear influence, you have to be around because we still are that way. It doesn't affect us on a day to day basis. Historically, seafaring was a subaltern profession. The ones lower in the Varnas were the one who went to sea. And that later, when that change, like don't go to the sea, happened, it was very convenient. But the original financiers to all maritime ventures were the temples and the ones who mattered. I think we are making a change. But let me say it's a long way to go. At least we've got the national leadership talking about it. We have Quad, as I mentioned, giving saying India has the lead. That's a big jump. But for it to turn into ground, we're still hardly having 4% of our merchant trade carried on Indian owned vessels.
I have come to learn that in war, Navy fights for the government, and in peace, the Navy fights the government. So I think from there we have come a long way today in terms of how the nation and our apex sees the Navy. So it's a work in progress, as Comrade Johnson says.
Thank you, sir.
Last question, if there is one.
A very good morning to the panel. I'm Cadet Akshay Anand of Daredevil Squadron. Sir, my question is, as you had mentioned that a large part of our perspective of Indian maritime power is largely influenced by our literature or lack thereof. Sir, given that we've had 200 years of colonization and have lost around like libraries worth of literature, how then at this juncture would we begin to approach rebuilding or identifying credible sources of history, if it is even possible?
History. Look, it's not easily possible. As you've said, we've lost a lot. Most importantly, many of them are in bhasha, the basic languages. They might have been there in libraries. It's in, about Cholas, you'll get through inscriptions, old Tamil. Much of it may have been lost. Marathas, we are a bit more lucky, we have more, but it's never easy. Secondly, we need to have centers and universities. It's the Indian Navy that's doing the heavy lifting with Maritime History Society and all that. Indian educational systems are not devoting adequate time into studies of a maritime history, unlike abroad. So we need a lot more, traction in that area. Thirdly, and I must caution this, we must be proud of our ancient history, but it need not be a triumphal invented history. Rigorous research is needed to establish what was fact from fiction. It's not impossible, but as Komodo Johnson says, out of a sample of 200 people, you'll be lucky if you have 2 or 3 or 4 people going into research. We must, within the Navy, encourage those sort of people and give them that leeway. We took to research almost in the middle of our naval careers or end of our naval careers. Hopefully, it would differ. And lots of educational, bodies and think tanks need to invest a lot more in history. They don't do that. They're all biased towards international relations and strategy.
Right. So
Thank
we've
you, sir.
come to the end of this session. Thank you, both of you. Why have we spent this whole morning talking about maritime history and so on? Does it really matter? If we go back to the times of Mahan that we speak of so frequently, when Mahan wrote his book in 1890, at that time most Americans believed that America was a continental power. They didn't. They knew that there was sea on both sides and friendly nations to north and south, but they did not actually believe that USA was a maritime power. Then Mahan wrote this book and awakening came and so on and so forth. Similarly, we've also passed through a phase where we suffered from what we call sea blindness. Our decision makers were not convinced that we are a maritime power because the threats all came from the Himalayas and so on. As I said, economics have proved beyond any doubt that you have to be a great nation or a great power, you have to have maritime power. And today, everybody, and I think the Americans are the first to acknowledge that the Indian Ocean is going to be the cockpit of the power struggle that will take place. They've gone to great lengths. They've created this concept called Indo-Pacific. So far, they were focused on the Pacific and Atlantic. They've created this concept, Indo-Pacific. They've sold it to everybody. We were reluctant to accept it. We bought it now. They changed the name of their Pacific Command to Indo-Pacific Command. Any author on geopolitics that you read will assure you that the future lies in the Indian Ocean and perhaps in the Pacific Ocean. Why? Because there are two rising powers, rising economies, China and India. People say that PLA is large in numbers and they lack in experience and so on. Well, I'm not an expert on that. But the fact is that China has taken this, as I've mentioned a couple of times earlier, that China has taken this to heart. They want to be a maritime great power. B, they've broken down maritime power into its components, which are shipbuilding, a navy, a shipping fleet. The largest, Admiral Khanna is here. He's very knowledgeable on this issue. The largest shipbuilding industry in the world is in China. They produce warships like automobile assembly line. The largest merchant fleet in the world belongs to China, 5,000 ships. The largest coast guard in the world belongs to China. The largest fishing fleet is Chinese. Fishing fleet because it's a dual purpose. If they run short of agricultural land and so on, then they believe that the fishing fleet will produce proteins, which is a national resource. Also, they use their fishing fleet for multiple purposes. So China has taken the maritime power to heart and they are pursuing it in a very resolute and determined fashion. Our Navy is very capable, very professional, etc. But the question that you young people have to ask yourselves is that, does the Navy have adequate backing? Do we have a shipbuilding industry? Is it thriving? Do we have a merchant fleet? Commodore Johnson just mentioned that only 5 or 7% of our trade is carried on Indian bottom. That shouldn't be so. So do we have a merchant fleet? Do we have a fishing fleet? Every now and then we are at Dagger's Dawn with Sri Lanka because our fishermen are fishing just off the coast. So in spite of slogans like Sagar Mala, maritime plan, so and so, we have not actually so far addressed the elements of maritime power. Perhaps it's being done now, and when you people rise in the service, you will probably see it coming to fruition. So the Indian Ocean is going to be the focus of attention of the world. The Indian Navy is going to be instrumental in the rise of India as a great power. If we are going to be the third or fourth largest economy, then there is no way that we will not have a strong and powerful Navy. And perhaps we ourselves, Indians, have not yet been convinced, but let me tell you, the other nations are. Commodore Johnson mentioned US Navy Admiral called Stavridis. He's a very cerebral chap. He keeps writing books. So his latest book is a book called 1934. In that the stories, it's a fiction, it's stories built around the Indian Navy, the PLA Navy and the US Navy. The Indian Navy, according to Stavridis, in 1934, sinks an American aircraft carrier, a Chinese aircraft carrier, and prevents a nuclear war breaking out. That's the kind of vision others have for the Indian Navy. So let us also have, while we write our history and our past and we collect it, let us have an optimistic and bright view of our future. So with that, thank you, the two panelists. Gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the two speakers. So with that,
May I now request Commandant Indian Naval Academy to present the memento to Admiral Arun Prakash. Thank you, sir. May I now request Commandant Indian Naval Academy to present the memento to Commodore Shrikant Kesnur. Thank you, sir. May I now request Commandant Indian Naval Academy to present the memento to Commodore Johnson O'Deckell. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break at this juncture. Proceedings will resume in 20 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Dilli series Sea Power Seminar 2024 on the topic Harnessing Sea Power for National Security. The second session consists of panel discussions on the topic Military Applications of Sea Power. To commence with this session, may I now request Admiral Karambir Singh and the first group of panelists to join us on the stage. The military application of sea power spans a broad range of roles, from maintaining peace to engaging in intense conflicts with both state and non-state actors. At its core, sea power is about applying violent force to subdue an adversary, with tactics playing a fundamental role in achieving victory at sea. Over time, fleet tactics have evolved to keep pace with changes in warfare, from the age of sailing ships to tactics, and now unmanned systems and advanced technology. Today, the relationship between tactics and technology is under scrutiny, as recent conflicts suggest that cheaper, shore based unmanned systems may be outperforming traditional naval hardware. This panel discussion will explore the evolving interplay between tactics and technology and whether current trends are reshaping the fundamentals of naval warfare. We are honored to have Captain S.A. Sharma, Rear Admiral Monty Khanna, Commodore Sushant Dam, and Commodore Jaideep Avinash Maulankar as the panelists, each bringing a wealth of expertise to our discussion on the military applications of sea power. As followed during all sessions, the cadets and midshipmen will have the opportunity to pose questions to our distinguished speakers at the end of the session. We are also truly blessed to have amidst us an admiral with high distinction as the chairperson of the upcoming session, Admiral Karambir Singh. Admiral Karambir Singh, who was the Republic of India's 24th Chief of the Naval Staff, assumed the chairmanship of the National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi, on 17 January 2022. An alumnus of the National Defence Academy, Khadakwasla, the Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, and the College of Naval Warfare, Mumbai, the Admiral was commissioned into the Indian Navy in July of 1980. A naval aviator, he earned his wings in 1981 as a helicopter pilot and has flown extensively on the Chetak, Alouette Mk3, and several variants of Kamov helicopters. Over the 4 decades of service under the Indian Navy's white ensign, he has commanded the Indian Coast Guard ship Chand Bibi, the guided missile corvette INS Vijayadurg, and two of the Indian Navy's frontline guided missile destroyers, namely INS Rana and INS Delhi. He has also tenanted the seagoing appointments, including those of Fleet Operations Officer of the Western Fleet. He has served in the Directorate of Naval Air Staff at the Integrated Headquarters of the Ministry of Defense, Navy, and has been Captain, Air, and Officer in charge of the Naval Air Station at Mumbai. On promotion to the flag rank, the Admiral has served as the Chief of Staff of the Eastern Naval Command. He has also tenanted other critical flag appointments, including those of Chief of Staff of the Tri-Services Unified Command in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and the Flag Officer commanding Maharashtra and Gujarat Naval Area. As a Vice Admiral, he was the Director General, Project Seabird, and oversaw all aspects of the development of the Indian Navy's expansive and modern base at Karwar in India's southern state of Karnataka. Appointed thereafter as the Deputy of Chief of Naval Staff, he discharged his responsibilities towards the Indian Navy's current and future operational and combat capacity and capabilities. He then served as the Vice Chief of Naval Staff involved with the development of the future Navy. He has a rich store of senior command experience and has been the Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Eastern Naval Command, with his headquarters at the port city of Visakhapatnam. He assumed command of the Indian Navy on 31st May 2019, serving until his retirement from active service on 30 November 2021. The Admiral was honored with the prestigious award of the Order of the Rising Sun, Gold and Silver Star, second highest order, by the Government of Japan for his dedication to strengthening the collaborative efforts between India and Japan in the realm of national defense, particularly in the context of achieving a free and open Indo-Pacific region. It is indeed an honor for us to have you here, sir. May I request you, sir, to initiate the proceedings of this session?
Thank you so much. Commandant, Admiral Arun Prakash, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, and all the dignitaries, good morning, and good morning to everybody present here. Truly honored and happy to be here, today amongst so many young people. Also, a special good morning to the cadets from friendly foreign countries. I think the Indian Navy and the INA, I'm quite certain, are truly delighted to have you here training with us. We all in the Navy and out of it now, both serving and retired, are very proud of this fine institution, INA, Indian Naval Academy. And I was fortunate to be here when INA was awarded their well-deserved President's Color in 2019. And I still cherish that memory. As far as the Dilli series, I think we should call it Mount Dilli series, CPAR seminar is concerned, it has indeed matured remarkably well and is something that we all really look forward to. So thank you so much to the Commandant and Team INA for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to interact with the future naval leadership. Now let me get down to the task of my task as the moderator for the session. This session too has got two panels. So how I intend conducting this session is that I'll make some preliminary remarks, then introduce the two speakers for this panel, and who would cover this topic of evolution of tactics and technology. And we will then follow it up with the 15-minute question-answer session. Thereafter, I'll introduce the next two speakers, who would speak to you for 15 minutes each again on the topic lessons from conflicts at sea in the 21st century. Is technology upending tactics? And then panel again will be followed by a Q&A of 15 minutes. So let's get started. Since the major thread that links the themes of these two panels of this session is around technology, I thought I'll say a few words about technology. I read something which gives a little nice perspective to technology, so I thought I'll share that as in my preliminary remarks. One way to understand technology is to think about it as a dynamic interplay between matter, energy, and intelligence. We humans have an extremely powerful brain, at least many of you have, trapped in a rather under-equipped body. And through the ages, the mind has always strived to break out of the confines of this under-equipped body and fortify our capabilities in this physical world. The human mind is therefore ceaselessly challenging the limitations imposed to us by our natural surroundings. And from the earliest days, the human mind has come to the aid of our bodies by converting the matter found around us into tools and weapons, etc. So physical energy was used to shape natural objects into instruments and weapons, to stab, to bludgeon things around them, for instance. And in the early days, human effort was the only source of energy. And the food that the humans ate was their fuel. And combined with the product of their mind, they achieved what they did. And of course, as things progressed, humans started harnessing the energy of other living beings or nature, like wind or horses, etc., to provide the motive energy to either move faster or to carry greater loads. So to cut a long story short, innovations in matter and energy have been at the heart of most of the technological developments over the years. Whether it was matter in the form of metallurgy, or substances like plastics, semiconductors, etc., or energy sources like mechanical energy from steam engines, for example, or electricity, nuclear energy, renewable energy. And now, as we move to the information age, with information gaining primacy or prominence, our minds have graduated to not just helping our bodies, but also the mind itself. And so, the building blocks are still the same, matter and energy. However, the focus has shifted to augmenting what our brains can do, and then on surpassing human capabilities. For instance, when you look at generative AI and things like that, surpassing human capabilities. Therefore, technology, in a nutshell, is what you get when human intelligence applies energy purposefully to matter. For what purpose? To bridge the gap between human desire and capability, and even to exceed its capability, as artificial intelligence potentially can do. And since humans inherently exhibit violent, technology has also played a significant role in warfare. And our MC had very nicely summed up the whole thing. There's almost a symbiotic relationship between the two, technology and warfare. Ever since the advent of the tipped arrow, iron tipped arrow, gunpowder revolution of the 11th century, or the advent of steam engines that replaced sail, technological advancements have shaped battlefield dynamics, tactics, and enabled military planners to increase the lethality of their forces. And conversely, changing threat environments have driven the quest for newer and even disruptive technologies. So when utilized appropriately, technology has upended existing military balance and given a relatively weaker side sometimes the advantage. For example, in ancient history, when I quote ancient history, what happened in the Punic Wars between the Roman Empire and Carthage, where Romans developed the corvus boarding device to defeat the Carthaginian ships. Well, basically, it was a brow that was used to go and attach itself to the other ship to permit the infantry to go across quickly. So this relationship between technology and warfare, ladies and gentlemen, is applicable even today. On land, in the air, in space, in cyber or cognitive domains, and of course, in the application of. So as our two panels explore this fascinating subject of evolution and interrelation between warfare and technology, I'm sure that amongst many of the issues, they would seek to provide answers to questions like what came to my mind, and I'll just list them out. What lessons do we derive from a study of the evolution of tactics with technology? And I think Captain Sharma will cover that. Does technology drive doctrines, tactics, and indeed warfare? Or do doctrines and tactics fit into available technologies? So this is another question. Third question would be that as we find ourselves at the inflection point of the industrial age and the information age, do information age tools like AI, lethal autonomous weapon systems or laws, quantum technology, cyber comprise a revolution in military affairs? Or do they represent examples of the evolutionary character of warfare that has always existed? Next question I would like to ask is, will the introduction of lethal autonomous warfare raise ethical ability and legal questions? Will their possession and use by non-state actors raise the distinct possibility of us heading towards an anarchy in warfare? Does the mission command will have relevance in today's hyper-connected battlefield at sea? So these are some questions that come to my mind, and I'm sure they'll come to your mind. And I hope these two sessions, this session and two panels, will be able to handle this. I'll stop here and now introduce our first two speakers. First is Captain Sharma. He's an alumnus of RIMC Dehradun and National Defence Academy, long ND officer, and specialist tenures in Sagardwani, Kuthar, Ghadial, and Ranvijay. He's been an instructor at the ND School and a directing staff at DSSC Wellington. His command tenures include command of INS Nashak and Coast Guard ship Varuna as part of the first training squadron of the Indian Navy. He has over 15 years of experience in training related issues and is presently a directing staff at the Naval High Command Course for the last 3 years. And he's also pursuing his PhD from Amity Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies. He's going to talk to us about evolution of tactics with technology. So I'll introduce you later. So all yours.
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me thank the Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, and the Deputy Commandant for having called me here to deliver a talk. I also thank the Commandant Naval War College, who has had faith in me to come and deliver the talk on his behalf. Before I commence, I must say this is one of the beautiful auditoriums I've ever seen. Kautilya, I got to know that it's what 1600 is the capacity, and the other two, which somewhere close, are only Habibullah Hall in India and probably Sekho and DSSC Wellington. But I think it's a fantastic auditorium, and it's a pleasure to address all the cadets and the midshipmen at the INA. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now let me take you through a small journey on the evolution of tactics with technology from the mid-19th to mid-20th century. So why I'm covering this era is that it's very important that there are a lot of things which changed during this period, because of which the navies are what they are today. Yeah, just. Yeah. Okay, an ancient Greek philosopher, Heraclitus, once said, quote, "The only constant in life is change," unquote. This insightful statement is so very true with the topic on evolution of tactics with technology, trends and constants. Now let's go to the naval battles which started in the era of Peloponnesian War in the 5th century BCE between Athens and Sparta. Till the era of the 21st century modern day navies today, the outcome of any conflict is determined a lot by the navies, especially when it is between seagoing entities. Technological advancements have also had a profound impact on both the man as also the battle space at sea. With this as the background, I would cover some of the major technological changes that happened from the mid-19th to the mid-20th century, which have had a significant transformation in the way which navies fight. The focus would be on these aspects which I will be highlighting. First, I would be covering the era of the sail, that is the tactics in the era of the sail till 19th century. Thereafter, we will cover the steam propulsion design and armament changes which happened. Then came the battleships, the dreadnoughts which were manufactured by the British. Then, of course, the wireless communication at sea. Then we had mines which came and were deployed and were put in strategic locations at sea. Then the underwater monsters, of course, the U-boats, which all of you would have heard, or the submarines today, they started as U-boats. The sonars as a counter to the underwater monsters of the U-boats. Then came eyes in the sky, which is the naval air power, which changed a lot, changed the dynamics of warfare a lot. Then we went beyond visual range and came to the point where we could detect vessels and aircraft and other things at sea by radar. And finally, I'll have some recap and have some takeaways. Okay, tactics in the age of sail. So what happened was earlier ships used to maneuver in a haphazard manner with winds coming, and the winds used to determine the way they used to be positioning themselves. And then the crews used to scramble to reload cannons. You can imagine that if you don't have the propulsion, then you're also dependent mainly on the seas and the winds. And then, of course, there were also orderly battles where ships used to line up, maintain a line of battle, and then they used to fire at each other based on the gun ranges which they used to have. There were unpredictable elements of wind conditions, ship design, and even the morale of the crew, which could sway the outcome of any battle, and therefore seamanship of the crew had to be at its best. The transition period between the Napoleonic Wars, the Battle of Trafalgar was, of course, in the early 1800s. The Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, until the start of the Russo-Japanese War in 1904 saw no major naval conflicts. However, there were some changes which happened in steam propulsion, design, and armament in the 19th century. So we had steamships which came in the mid 19th century, somewhere around 1850s, where they were formally, fitted on board warships. And of course, steam had its own advantages. There was speed, which was there, which the ships got, but there was a need for coaling stations. Coaling stations mean they had to be refueled because they were not, reliant only on winds, but also had the steam power, which was based on the coal which was there with them. So the planning of their routing and deployments posed major challenges, and there was a need for refueling of these ships. So every commander at sea at that point in time was limited by the ranges in which the ships could achieve because of the steam propulsion. There were also accelerated advancements in the artillery at that point in time, and we had all these ships also having iron plating, which was there in the sense that they were ironclad, because of the fact that there were artillery which was there, the shells were high explosives, the wooden ships were dangerous because of the fire hazards, so ships had to have ironclad for protection from the enemy artillery also. So there were substantial changes which inevitably impacted the concepts of propulsion, armament and design, and most importantly, the character of war itself. The Royal Navy at this point in time was at its mightiest. The British had a lot of discipline in their troops or in their sailors, and they made up for any technological deficiencies at this point in time compared to the French with their training, discipline, and of course strict adherence to tactics. These are some of the Royal Navy ships during 1890s, about 12,000, 14,000 ton ships. Then, so on a whole, we had between 1850 to 1900 induction of faster ships, which was steam propulsion. They were not dependent on winds. They had armor plating because they were ironclad ships. And they also had heavy armament to inflict requisite damage on the enemy ships. So war fighting at sea was indeed actually changing. Then came the monsters of the sea, the battleships. So during the 1850 to 1900, there were various navies which were expanding. The Japanese Navy, of course, also known as Kaigun, the Russian Navy, the French, Germany, all were in a spree of inducting various form of battleships. And it also saw the influential writings of the renowned naval strategist, which was also mentioned by Admiral Arun Prakash, Alfred Thayer Mahan, a lecturer at the US Naval War College. He also later on became the president of the US Naval War College. And his writings, the influence of sea power upon history, had a major impact on Theodore Roosevelt, who became the president of the United States later on. I must say that at this point in time, between 1850 to 1900s, the US Navy had still not become a large navy. So the writings of Mahan was actually the ones which influenced the US Navy to become a larger navy. Then happened the Russo-Japanese War in 1904-1905, the Battle of Tsushima. At that point in time, it was realized that heavier and longer range guns with brilliant tactical positioning of ships is the key to success. Of course, all of you would have heard of Admiral Togo, which I will also be covering later on. So in 1906 came the battleship dreadnoughts. This was made by British. They had already started their design in about 1899, and the dreadnoughts had very, very heavy guns, about 12-inch caliber, later on increased to 16 and 18-inch caliber, and they had extremely high firepower, and because of which all the other navies also were under pressure, and the arms race then began. During this period, there was also a respite for flashing and semaphore. There was also only visual ranges communication which used to happen, but wireless at this point in time came. Marconi, a pioneer who started radio communication in the early 20th century. The radio communication was a game changer as far as naval warfare is concerned. During the Russo-Japanese War, there was a Japanese scout cruiser who detected a Russian ship, Russian Navy ship at about 150 miles transmitted that radio communication. It would have not been possible without wireless. And the then Japanese Admiral Togo, diverted his fleet, and there was a decisive victory which happened in the Battle of Tsushima because of this wireless communication. So certain aspects of wireless communication is an important aspect because this technology also changed the way tactics used to be at sea. It gave a certain level of control for the people ashore to reposition, redirect their naval forces. There was establishment of higher power radio stations which happened. However, there was a dilemma. The commanders at sea used to wonder whether they should transmit and get compromised because wireless communication also gets intercepted, or probably remain silent and possibly get detected and attacked. So wireless communication at sea not only expanded the area of operations, but also created decision dilemmas at sea. Then came the mines or the unseen bombs at the strategic locations. The sea mines were invented by David Bushnell in 1776. He also is recognized for the first submarine, that is Turtle, in 1775. However, it was during the Russo-Japanese War where the mines were actually used completely by Japanese, which gave them a decisive victory. During the World War I, in the Dardanelles Gallipoli campaign, and the North Sea mine barrage also is a famous aspect as far as mine warfare is concerned. However, mining key strategic locations, what happened was that at sea, it forced the enemy to reroute his naval assets, thereby resulting a change in his complete tactics and his approach. Then came the underwater monsters at this point in time, somewhere in the second decade of 20th century. So the German U-boats, the Germans manufactured the U-boats, which was a game changer as far as warfare at sea is concerned. Till now, it was only between ships. And there was a requirement for the British to form convoys for protection from the U-boats because they were capable of attacking from underwater or just come to the surface. The ships never were able to detect them initially. So the convoys resulted in one thing, that when a tactical routing is done, all the ships of the British are diverted for protection of the convoys, which diluted their strength at sea. By the end of the World War I, the German U-boats had sunk about 28.5 lakh tons of Allied ships. Over 3,000 British civilian ships were sunk and almost 15,000 British merchant sailors were killed. There had to be a counter to this, of course, because the U-boats at this point in time were creating menace. So the counter in this form came in the form of sonars. Sonars, or the sound operated navigation and ranging, was somewhere after the World War I. It was already being under design, but after World War I, they started maturing. And by 1918, both Britain and the United States of America had developed active sound navigation and ranging, or the sonar systems. So it proved one point, that no single technology can have an upper hand for long. An action, reaction, and a counteraction is always inevitable, especially when it comes to the maritime domain. Then finally, before the radar came the eyes in sky, which was the naval aviation or the naval air power. So the Wright brothers in 1903, of course, had formed the manned aircraft, and based on that, it was soon that it also came to the maritime domain. There was a historic takeoff from Hibernia, which is a ship in 1912. And of course, at sea, the major element of air power which was offered was mobility, flexibility, and reach, one of the major attributes, of course, and it became a new entrant in the maritime domain. Now, what happened was that after World War I, of course, the USA, Britain, and Japan started getting carrier power because they realized that taking off an aircraft from sea gave them so much of flexibility for, probably getting to know where the enemy is or carrying out an attack mission. So carriers gave the flexibility to a tactical commander to launch his air assets for effective scout or an attack tasking, what I had mentioned. Now, all of you would know the Pearl Harbor attack, which happened in 1941 on 7 December. It was mainly because of the fact that the Japanese wanted resources in the Southeast Asian territories, and for that they had to neutralize the US naval air power, the US ships. So the Japanese raid in the early morning hours of 7 December at about 4,000 miles away from the Japanese shores, using their aircraft carriers and aircraft launched from them, resulted in the United States actually having to join the war. And it is a testimony to the reach and surprise that air power at or from sea can achieve. Then finally, we went beyond the visual range with radio detection and ranging, which was the radar. The radar trials were conducted in the 1930s, and the first radar fitted by the US was in 1938, XAF on USS New York. The radars changed the concept of battles itself, as early detection of enemy fleet became the primary objective to gain a decisive advantage in the campaign. So let's have a small recap. We saw the tactics in the era of the sail. Then we saw steam propulsion and how it happened and changed and increased the speeds, and also a change in the design and the armament. Then we saw the battleship dreadnoughts, which were fitted with very, very heavy caliber guns, which again changed the dynamics of arms race. Then, of course, wireless communication at sea, which expanded the battle space, but of course created decision dilemmas. Then, of course, mines at strategic locations, which made the enemy reroute. Then the U-boats, which created havoc. And as a counter, there were sonars which came. And then eyes in the sky in the form of naval air power. And of course, finally, we went beyond the visual range with the radar, which made detection beyond visual range possible. So the character of war between mid-18th and mid-19th century, you can see the complete change from the sailing ships till what it happened by the end of the World War II. Certain takeaways. So technology always keeps pace with other scientific achievements around the world. So if there is something which is invented, there would be certain technologies which will also affect the military. Tactics is developed through training, wargaming, and constant effective utilization of the technological assets. However, there's a coordination which is required between the change in technology and the man behind the machine. So finally, if technology and tactics are, though interrelated, may have independent time frames to mature if there's a lack of coordination between the scientists developing the technology, the strategist who desires it, and the tactical commander who uses it. Certain references which I've taken, which I'll be happy to share with the cadets here, in case they have any interest to read after this. With that, I've finished. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Sharma. Fascinating journey, starting from seamanship to, guns to wireless communication to sea mines, U-boats, ASDICs, air power, radar, and the last slide of yours should people to think as to what are the timelines for technology and how tactics and technology, how they move together, and the three principal people like scientists, the technologists, and the tactician, how they can work in unison. So you covered up to the beyond visual range and up to that era. And I think now we'll get Rear Admiral Monty Khanna to speak about the modern trends and constraints of technology as well as the imbibing of technologies. So I'll just introduce Admiral Khanna. Rear Admiral Khanna was commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st Jan 83. He's an alumnus of National Defence Academy. He won the Best Naval Cadets Award, binoculars, as well as Midshipman Sword of Honor during his formative years. His afloat commands include Indian Naval Submarine Sindhu Vijay and the frigates Krishna and Gomti. He was also our naval attaché at the Embassy of India, Washington, D.C. Later in his career, he was the commandant of Naval War College, Goa, and he conceived this and executed the first Goa Maritime Conclave, which is a fantastic opportunity for us to interact with the neighborhood. In 2019, after retirement, he was appointed as the Assistant Military Advisor at the National Security Council Secretariat in New Delhi, a position he tenanted till December 2023. So he is currently a strategic advisor with the Synergia Foundation and an adjunct professor with the National Institute of Advanced Studies, both located at Bangalore. He's also an adjunct faculty at the Naval War College, Goa. And last year he was conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award by his school, the Lawrence School, Sonar. He's published several articles in professional journals and regularly delivers lectures on a wide variety of subjects. They include leadership, naval and military strategy, geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific, developments within the PLA Navy, which is, he's got some really fascinating data to share. I think perhaps you'll share a little bit in this talk.
Maybe not.
And shipbuilding and restructuring of our armed forces. He's also an excellent sportsman and distinguished himself in sailing and yachting. He's represented the country in 2 Asian sailing championships overseas, winning silver medal in Hong Kong and bronze medal in Hiroshima. So Monty is going to speak to us on trends and constraints of technology and tactics. So you got 15 minutes, 14 minutes. I'll fire a warning shot across the bows.
Might exceed a little, sir, but I'll try. Sir.
That doesn't absolve you.
Right. This has got some technology in it, sir, which is the move forward in this? The one aft, yeah. Okay. And the aft is this one, yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. This all forward, is it? Okay. Anyway. Thank you very much for the introduction, and glad to be here amongst a large number of shipmates. And thank you very much for inviting me. So today's talk, I'm really going to speak about a little bit about the future of warfare. And I've broken it down into these basic headings. And we'll start first with battlefield transparency, because that's where the big ticket changes are happening. So this is an interesting photograph. It goes back to April 2018, which is of the Liaoning when she was at sea, taken from a satellite. Now, actually, to capture a photograph like this is not easy for a satellite, because our satellites are largely point and shoot. They have large coaxial cameras, and they have to point in a particular direction. They've got precision wheels, and they point in a particular direction, take a snap, then move on, point in a separate direction, take a photograph, and go on that way. So how do you tell a satellite where to point at some point in the future where you're going to track a moving target is a complex sort of problem to get over. But what Planet has done is that they've got a different type of satellite where you have continuous scan. Now they're pointing, continuous scan, like a Xerox machine, you know, which goes across a sheet of paper like that. They go across the earth and suck up large amounts of data, which is transmitted on and thereafter analyzed. And here some data you've got is a single satellite is, 10,000 pictures per day covering 770,000 square miles. So when you look at the satellite, you can't make out the size of the satellite, right? But now you can. 3U satellite, 30 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, weighing 4 kg. Launch costs less than $100,000. You can build them in their hundreds, and they have gone up in their hundreds. And this really is the change that is taking place in terms of space-based surveillance. Companies like SpaceX today, if you see, you all aware, I'm sure you know about Starlink. 2/3 of the satellites in low Earth orbit are not owned by a single country, but owned by a single company. Okay, so we're talking about roughly around 7,000 odd satellites, which are already up, going to put up 12,000 in the first phase, and thereafter another 30,000 satellites in low Earth orbit. So in Starshield, this is going to be sort of weaponized, where you're going to have, various other packages that are going to go into it. So the point I'm trying to make is really, space is going to become really usable. So this is the Falcon 9, and you can see it launching around 48 satellites. I think they're doing a launch every 2.5 to 3 days. So roughly they're doing 12 launches per month is what they're doing on the Falcon 9 right now. So you can see the scale at which this effort is taking place. Our maritime requirements are slightly specific, right? For terrestrial requirements, which is used by the Army and the Air Force, you require high resolution. You require to make out certain amount of detail, etc. Maritime, you require wide swaths because you're looking at moving targets. So your payoff, if you get low resolution and you get a wide swath, that is acceptable. And maritime is extremely time sensitive because you're looking at a moving target, a moving ship. And therefore, this transition from getting that data and getting it back ashore and acting on it has to be quite rapid. So you have technology-based solutions, and you require structural solutions also on making sure that this all can be done in a decent time frame. There are other sort of information. It's not only EOIR that you're looking at, but companies like Hawkeye 360, these days at sea, you open up on anything. You open up on your radar, you open up on SATCOM, you use a walkie-talkie on land, you can be geolocated. And it's been used extensively, Hawkeye 360 in Ukraine, where people talking on mobiles have been geolocated and targeted thereafter. So the other thing that is happening is reusability of spacecraft. So you're probably aware of the Falcon 9 series, where you have here, you can see the Falcon Heavy on top, where you can bring back a sizable part of the spacecraft. If you can bring back your launch costs go down tremendously because you're recouping the cost of fuel in a spacecraft is less than 1% of the cost of the spacecraft itself. So the more you bring back, the more you can sort of save in costs. And here you're seeing what Musk has done or SpaceX has done is the first stage of the main rocket as well as the boosters you can recover, and you're recovering them partially on even maritime platforms, on sea-based platforms, because you're launching them eastwards from the east coast. We can come to that in the question why it's done that way, can come to that in the QA session. So what used to be on a per kg basis, roughly the cost of launch used to be in the $100,000. Then it came down to $10,000. Now on the Falcon 9 rocket, for example, it's got a payload of 22.8 tons and costs $67 million. So you're talking about around $3,000 or $2,900 per kg, right? On the Falcon Heavy, it's down to $1,500 per kg. Now this is, you might have read about this just day before yesterday's launch that took place of the Starship. 120 meters, 4.5 to 5,000 tons weight, the heaviest object that has ever flown. 100% reusability. Whatever goes up, comes down. And rapid reusability. And that's why, you have this series of photographs that you might have seen. I'm sure that you've all seen. It's what's Musk calls, this is, science fiction without the fiction part of it. A 23-storied, 70-meter structure being captured by two large arms and being brought back. So rapid reusability is going to allow you to rapidly refuel this and send it up again. He's talking about now bringing down, and this can carry 100 tons. And the launch costs are going to be roughly $2 million. That's $20 per kg. It's coming down from $1,500 to $20 per kg. So the point I'm trying to make is that this change insofar as space is going to be dramatic. You're going to have space manufacturing. You're going to have space usage for anything and everything that is going to take place in future. The next is HAPS, high altitude pseudo satellites. So I'm sure Maulankar will be speaking a lot more about this. But basically, on a satellite, you're always bogged down by orbital physics. You have to have, an orbit, and therefore you can come only at certain intervals. HAPS frees you from this. You have an aircraft which can indefinitely remain on top because you've got solar cells on top. In daytime, it charges. At nighttime, it descends. And next day, it charges again. It's up again. So you can have a certain amount of persistence in carrying out surveillance. So this is the next big ticket change that's happening. Now you club it all with long range strike. And we've all been seeing long range strike in the past. That's, the Nirbhay missile, which can go out maybe 1,000 kilometers. The Tomahawk can go out around 2,500 kilometers. So this was the standard conventional, I would say, a cruise missile powered by a turbofan or a turbojet. And now you're having changes at both ends of the spectrum. So at the lower end of the spectrum, you have weapons like this. That's the Shahed 136. Goes out to around 2,500 kilometers. Costs in the region of between 10 to 50,000 euro. Not very expensive. You can see them stacked up over here, and they've been used extensively by Russia and Ukraine. And this, these low end leverages the decision-making dilemma of cost asymmetry. Because when you got a weapon on a ship, you want to engage these. If I have a long-range missile, for example, you take the LR-SAM. LR-SAM costs roughly $500,000. Yeah, okay, that's around 4 crores per shot. Are you going to use that to engage a low-cost target that is coming your way? Are you going to wait that I can engage it with my guns? It's a very difficult decision for any commanding officer to take. And at the high end of the spectrum, you have hypersonics. Yeah, so hypersonics can be either in the form of wave riders, which are using scramjets, or boost glide weapons, like you have the hypersonic glide vehicles. And then you have other weapons like as the anti-ship ballistic missile, or what China calls the Shashujian weapon, the carrier killer, the DF-17D or the DF-26, which can go out 4,000 kilometers. So you're finding that you can reach further and further out by all these weapons. And what about, weaponizing reusability? If, for example, if the super heavy SpaceX can carry 100 tons, what happens if I put 100 warheads and use it as a truck? Every time I send it up, you launch these 100 warheads, you come back, you reload. So, what you see over here is, I'll come to that little photograph a little later. And then you're talking about the anti-ship ballistic missile is becoming ubiquitous. It's going on aircraft, it's going on merchant ships, it's going on, so here you can see on a merchant ship that will launch. The DF-17, for example, can fit now in a standard UVLS. So it's becoming more and more ubiquitous. So a scene like this is no longer going to be part of science fiction. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is that this is very much becoming in the realm of the possibility of what can be possible as what you experience at sea. And you've seen these photographs in the Taklamakan Desert, which China keeps pushing out, of showing of strikes taking place. They've got moving targets now against ECCM targets, where they keep rehearsing this. And the weapon also is becoming more ubiquitous. It's not only a highly, I would say, evolved country, which is very high up at the scientific spectrum that has this. Even Houthis are using the weapon right now. So it's becoming ubiquitous also. Shortfalls of current BMD architecture. Now, if you're going to use your BMD architecture to strike down these weapons, your BMD architecture or your ballistic missile defense architecture is based on a strategic threat, and their cost was no consideration. If you have a strategic missile coming your way, I don't mind how much money I'm going to use to bring it down. But the weapons that you use to bring it down are like the SM-3, cost per shot, I'm telling you, $12 million. SM Block 2A, $30 million. The SM-6 is slightly cheaper, $4 million. But $4 million is what? Is around 25 crores per shot. And then you've got a limited number of tubes. Even if you're a large destroyer, like a Type 55 destroyer, you've got 112 tubes. In that 112 tubes, you're going to have anti-ship missiles. You're going to have various different categories of weapons. So you're going to expend that, and you can't sort of reload these weapons once you're out at sea. Third, and the fourth issue is networking and decision support. How does this all come together? So this is Little Heart, and I just want to speak one over here that essentially what he's trying to say, that if you want to effectively tackle an adversary, you have to first dislocate it. And so far, the idea of dislocation was best achieved by surprise. But now, because of space-based assets, everything's becoming much more transparent. It's very difficult to achieve tactical surprise. You might achieve strategic surprise, but it's very difficult to achieve tactical surprise. So what best can you do after that? So when Mike Mullen, he was the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I'm going back around 10, 12 years, when he was asked, what are likely to be the biggest three attributes of future warfare? And he said, speed, speed, and speed. Yeah. And when he's talking about speed, he's not talking about ships going fast, but he's talking about speeding up your decision loop. So you might be aware of, John Boyd's decision loop, the OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, and act. In any sort of cycle, be it at the tactical level or the operational or the strategic level, you have to complete this loop and thereafter take action. So if you can compress this loop, so far the human being, traditionally has always been in the center, that you are part of all of these four processes. Then gradually he has gone on to the decide, that you automate all the others: observation, orientation, action. It's only in the decision. Now gradually with AI, you're going outside. So you spin this, what they're talking about, battlefield singularity, that this battle is going to take place at machine speed, where you deliver blow after blow, where you just don't give the enemy any opportunity to sort of react and prepare himself for the future. And all this is enabled largely by autonomy and artificial intelligence that allows you to do that. And you're ceding more and more control to machines to be able to do that, because you might be able to put a human in the loop in this, but and even in larger weapons where you have the Orca, etc. But when you come to here is another picture of that, of a drone carrier that China has got. But when you come to swarms like this, there's no way you can have humans in the loop. You have to cede that control over to machines. And that's what's going to happen in the future. So what is the solution for all of this? The solution lies in dispersion and distribution, right? Is that you have to sort of disperse, you have to distribute, you have to harden, and you have to protect yourself in whatever way you can. And that dispersion and distribution means you have a large number of assets, and you weaponize whatever you can. You weaponize Coast Guard assets, you weaponize your OPVs, you weaponize, and you distribute these over large expanse of water, so that you become difficult for anyone to monitor you in your entirety. So this is David Deputila, what he says, on this battlefield at least, that if you want to survive, you've got to be dispersed, you've got to be mobile, you've got to be hidden. Bottom line is that if there's anything bigger than a bread box that you're interested in, it's going to be targeted, right? So it's a totally different world that you're going to see, and you're going to be very much part of this. So what then are the deductions of all of this? Firstly, it is difficult to achieve tactical surprise, right? Your oceans are becoming transparent and extremely rapidly. In fact, I would make the argument they already are transparent today, except for the undersea part of it, which is slightly more complex. Friction of the defensive battle is high, and we've seen that in Ukraine, and we've seen it, in fact, even with the Houthis, that if you're defending, more in Ukraine, the offensive power is going to, his forces are going to attrite quite fast. So it becomes difficult for a full-fledged offensive to take place in a distributed format. Democratization of asymmetric weapons enables an emboldens weakens forces. Again, coming back to the Houthis, that you're seeing these weapons, they're going around everywhere. I mean, you don't have to be a huge scientific industrial power to possess these weapons. You can, even as a weak force, even as a militia, even as a non-governmental agency, you can have them. Criticality of speed, I've already spoken about. If surprise is out of the equation, then your only answer is to speed. So you have to speeden up everything. Potential for shock and awe magnified. So we've all seen what happened in the shock and awe campaign that, in Iraq. Now that potential is magnified greatly, and reducing relevance of distance in a diffuse battle space. So finally, if your rocket forces can project power, today they're going out 4,000 kilometers. Once you've solved the physics of, let's say, a warhead hitting a moving target at sea, your carrier can keep changing. If it's a DF-26 today, tomorrow it can be a DF-4, F-4B, which can go up 12,000 kilometers, and everything, so distance becomes irrelevant in that sense. And what are the destabilizing outcomes? I think this is my second last slide, is a colossal first mover advantage. Because if I have the ability to see you wherever you are, and if I have the ability to hit you wherever you are, because, I've got long range vectors which are available with me, then my temptation to strike, to, take out maybe around 15, 20, 25% of your assets in the opening hours of conflict is going to be extremely high. And it will be a big decision for, if I can do that, then, your propensity to use force and to rapidly move up the escalation ladder is going to be quite high. So again, coming back to what Admiral KB Singh said, evolution or revolution, if you ask me, this is a revolutionary moment. You are seeing the first signs of an army at sea. This is going to be a humongous change that is going to happen, and all of you will have to grapple with it. Requirements of tomorrow's leaders, if you ask me, technology is not so much of the problem, it's more a human problem. Is that, you have to sort out the way you think and the way you apply force. So clear grasp of technology, of course, is required at its maturity level. You adopt it too early and you find that, you're wasting resources. You adopt it too late, you're behind the curve. Flexibility and adaptability to rapidly changing situations. So agility is most important. Ability to draw the right lessons and conclusions through dispassionate analysis, and a Moscow incident I can talk about later. And the pitfalls, of course, are hubris, complacency, obstinacy, status quo. So you have to make sure at all times, you are trying to reinvent yourself. My last slide is from Thomas Alva Edison, that there's always a better way to do it. Find it. So, you have to keep applying yourself, reapplying, question everything that you see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monty, for a lovely talk. Just a couple of points that I had was one, of course, the Houthis, they are actually part of a larger proxy war. So they're getting a lot of stuff. I wouldn't expect a normal terrorist organization to get it that as easily as the Houthis have. And of course, the countermeasures to all these ballistic missiles, etc., are coming in of a cheaper solution, like directed weapons, where it will just cost about a couple of dollars per shot to, as the DEWs sort of evolve to handling these. So it's always, like you brought out, it's a constant battle, but you've painted a very, very accurate picture of what the future is. And I think the last statement of avoiding hubris, that is the biggest pitfall. That is something which you should all take home. So we've got nicely 9 minutes, unfortunately. Maybe we'll stretch it to 10 minutes for question answers. Please ask your questions. Please also include who you address, who are you addressing this question to. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Lieutenant Akashdeep, instructor in STT, sir. I recently joined from Eastern Fleet. We were recently involved in a monitoring operation of Chinese research vessels in Bay of Bengal and southern Indian Ocean area. So it's not a question, sir. It's I just want to know your views about that. We were. Are you able to get it, sir? Question views from.
We'll have to, we can't hear you here, so we'll have to speak a little slowly and louder.
Hi, sir.
You can skip the first part. You can just come to.
Hi, sir. So we were recently involved in monitoring of a Chinese research vessel, sir, in Bay of Bengal and southern Indian Ocean. It's not a question, sir. I just want to know your views about the things, sir. If we see the PLA, not PLA Navy, the China, they have about 70, 80 odd research vessels. And at a given time, there are about 5 to 6 vessels which are there doing underwater research or other research in the Indian Ocean. And if we see as Indian Navy or India, we hardly have anything. The one part that you were discussing, sir, that the underwater domain, that is still unexplored, not that much, and it's not that transparent. So you are monitoring the movements and all. We didn't have much data about what kind of research the vessels were involved in. We were there for about 2 odd months, and then we got to know about the equipment and all. So there are 2 parts of the story, sir. One, the vessel that you were monitoring that came to about center of Bay of Bengal, and legally there was nothing that we could do to stop it because he was outside of EEZ. So what kind of legal solutions that we can think about? And second thing, sir, what are the ways and means that we can do better in exploiting the underwater domain and looking in the own IOR or the adjacent areas?
So I can only give you the gist of what I heard because here it tends to resonate and I'm not very clear about. But essentially, I get the point that you're trying to say is that they have a large number of research vessels. In fact, I think the numbers around 67 or 68, if I'm not mistaken. And the research vessels are owned by a large number of agencies. So you have some which belong to the PLA Navy itself, some belong to the space agency, some belong to the first, second, third Institute of Oceanography. So there are a large number of agencies that own these vessels. What they come here for, some is, you can say, I would say is a mixture of both. Some of it is, genuine research. They have got certain interests. They have got certain areas that have been allocated to them by the International Seabed Authority in the southern part of the Indian Ocean, and they are prospecting for material, etc. They are also engaged in oil prospecting. They are engaged by some of our neighboring countries who use contract out certain oil prospecting to them, etc. But as you rightly say, the data that you suck up over here is all dual-use data. And you have to be cognizant of that. And what you say is correct, that once they are outside the EEZ, there's little you can do about it. I mean, they're doing a legit sort of role. So there's very little that you can do about it. What we can do, I mean, from an underwater domain, if let's say that if you presume that, I have no doubt when you're building, submarines in such large numbers, since May 2022 till today, they've launched 7 nuclear submarines, right? So that is the scale that you see. They're now building boats at the rate of around 3 to 4 per year, nuclear boats. These boats have got long legs. They're going to be here at some stage of the year. If not, next year, from next to next year, they're going to be here quite frequently. So 2 requirements. Firstly, of course, is a comprehensive underwater domain awareness system that you can lay out. So there's already a system in play that there are several agencies in the country which are involved in trying to shape this domain so that you have greater awareness. There is something that we're doing ourselves. There's something that we're trying to do in partnership with other countries, with our, through the Quad format and outside the Quad format. And thereafter, I mean, one of the ways of tackling undersea forces, of course, is investment into the submarine arm. And if you want to do it at longer distances, at the mouth of the funnels from the straits where they exist, or in the southern part of the Indian Ocean, then you need those long-legged assets, and that the SSN program comes into play, which, as you know, I think last week the CCS has just cleared at least for 2 more SSNs. So it's being done in bits and parts, and it's being done, but our scale will have to be much greater, knowing the scale with which the Chinese are going to be here in years to come.
Check. Okay, just to add on to what Admiral Monty Khanna had just mentioned, I think the question is that is there anything much on the underwater domain awareness which is going on? That was one part, and the second part is that what are they doing here? I would answer the second, the first, that is the underwater domain awareness part. It's a huge subject by on its own. There is a lot of things which is being done, like what Admiral Khanna just mentioned, that one is our indigenous capability, and one is also with respect to foreign cooperation and partners, partner countries which are there. So it's a domain which is not left, unexplored. There is enough and more being done on that. So you can be rest assured on that. Of course, this is a seminar where it's not an underwater domain awareness part, but second part is that, of course, once they come here, there is also something which is IUU fishing, which is illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, which more often than not is done outside the EEZ, but they don't declare it. So all those aspects are there once there are certain vessels from the other side which come here. Research vessels, that what is their purpose? That of course there are various other agencies who are already monitoring it. There is enough knowledge as far as what they're doing with the government of India. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I mean, there are a couple of things I wanted to add. This idea of the fact that our lack of knowledge of underwater domain is quite apparent in the fact that we say if the ship is outside EEZ, then it's okay. But a ship outside EEZ can launch a UUV which can come right in. So unless you know exactly what he's doing, what kind of stuff he's carrying, and what is it deploying, it's not what we see above the surface. And that's one affliction that we've had for some time. We need to understand the underwater domain better through technology, through cooperation, and most importantly, through our training. Our training has remained anti-submarine, tactical. I sometimes, I was telling the chief some time back that we should change from the term anti-submarine warfare to undersea warfare. That means maybe seabed warfare. So that is how we must move ahead on this issue. We must understand that what is scientific research. When the research vessel is going on the 91 degree east ridge, which has got the cobalt crust, we know that yes, okay, that is fine. But when it is in other location, we should be able to correlate what is underwater. Many times I tell the ASW officers, or now I should call them USW officers, is that like an infantry officer knows the terrain, the undersea officer must know the underwater terrain. And therefore, my intention was also, recommendation is that the hydrographic ships should stop now spending too much time charting the waters, especially the navigable waters, and become oceanographic ships. We need that. We need a much larger infusion of oceanographic research ships. And I think the hydrographic branch should do that. Thank you. I think we can handle only a couple of questions.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Cadet Saksham Thackeray of the 5th term. Sir, my question is for Rear Admiral Monty Khanna. Sir, the recent venture to establish the semiconductor plant in Kolkata, that is the Global Foundries Kolkata plant, sir, how will it impact our naval warfare systems?
You're talking about the relationship between investing into semiconductors and warfare at sea?
Yes, sir. So how is the venture that is coming up establishing of manufacturing of semiconductors for military use?
Yeah, I mean, see, it all flows into Atmanirbharta. It all flows into the fact that you want, if you practicing what you call strategic autonomy, then you have to reduce your dependencies on others to whatever extent you can. So there are two factors driving it, if you ask me. One is, of course, you don't want to have anyone who can exercise a veto power on what you're doing at a later stage by denial of a certain key component, a key aspect that impacts your warfighting capabilities, and semiconductors form part of that supply chain. So that is the first vector. Second factor, I think, maybe not so much on semiconductors, but is on costing. Is that you want to drive down costs. When you manufacture defense hardware, we are quite expensive as compared to most other countries. When we have a purchasing power parity advantage, our currency is undervalued by a factor of around 3.7. We should be able to build stuff much cheaper over here. And the more you localize, the cheaper you should be able to build. So basically is that, you should be able to build more at a cheaper cost, and you sort of also protect yourself from, I'm sure, sir, you can also add to this.
No, I think you've answered it perfectly well. Can we have one last question, please?
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Kailaditya Utnaik of the 6th term, and my question to you is: with increasing focus on technology and cybersecurity in the naval operations sector,
To whom are you asking?
so to Admiral Monticana.
Okay.
So, what are the key sectors where we can focus our investment on so that we still maintain a maritime superiority? And as sir said, that there are swarms of satellites flying around in our space which are capturing the images of our fleets. How can we maintain our stealth in this generation?
So you're talking about, I still didn't get the full gist, but I basically that with these new swarms which are coming in, how do we protect ourselves against them?
So, like, they're capturing the images of a fleet at any given moment. So, how can our ships maintain their stealth by not getting captured by them at all times?
So, I mean, there's no easy answers to that question. You have to, like Admiral KB Singh was saying, you have to look at innovative ways. There are many sort of things that you'll have to do. One is you might have to look at re-examining your force structure itself as to which type of vessels have become more important to you, which are more vulnerable, which are going to be future-proof the next 20, 30 years ahead, depending on. So you have to sort of take a call on examining technologies and what their impact on warfare is going to be, and what a future Navy should look like based on what and so you have to be cautious. Actually, the problem in making a Navy is that the build times are enormous. So your decisions have to be well thought through. Then you have to see what the opposition you're up against. I mean, we have been fortunate that for, I would say, since our formative years after independence, till very recently, we've not had a fundamental opponent in the Indian Ocean. Okay, Pakistan has been there, but Pakistan has been, there's a huge asymmetry that we have. Now that situation is changing rapidly, where you're having I have no doubt in my mind that the presence of the Chinese forces is going to go up pretty phenomenally over here. So you have to become, in a way, you have to mold your service to a threat-based approach, because now you've got a threat. So from a capability-based approach, you have to sort of shift gears more to a threat-based as you move ahead. So that's another thing that you'll have to do. And then, so there are many parts to that. And then you'll have to see how is that threat going to manifest itself, and what are the things that that threat is going to fear most, and focus on those areas. So whether it's trade warfare, whether it's a dispersed architecture, whether it's undersea warfare. So these are all things that I think all of you will have to, and then how do you defend yourself against the anti-ship ballistic missile, as Admiral KB Singh was saying, whether you invest into, directed energy weapons, and to what extent, or EMP weapons, etc., and to what extent you can do that. So there are lots of parts to it, which all of you will have to grapple with in your years to come.
Okay,
Thank you.
Last word.
Before we wind up, thank you, sir. Point which you have brought out is a situation, but like what Admiral Monticanda has mentioned, technology keeps changing. There would be certain ways in which we have to approach situations, and that will also keep changing. A classic example is that in the early 20th century, the battleships were really one of the potent platforms. But during World War II, their utilization was not as much. And the Japanese ship Yamato or even Bismarck, of course, had some roles to play. But after a certain while, they became obsolete. So, countries changed the approach towards their force modernization accordingly. Now, in today's world, today's modern day warfare, like what Sir has mentioned, that things are very transparent compared to what it was earlier. So it is very situational as far as what you are asking. But yes, on a larger context, we'll have to keep re-evaluating what should be our force structure, and certain things which were found to be useful maybe about 20 years ago may not be useful, and we'll have to have an approach where we need to change our way and the technology and the tactics in an interrelated way. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've overshot the time. Just a word on this capability or threat. Actually, capability subsumes the threat also. So if you have to have a capability, it has to take care of all the missions that the Navy would be required to do, both in peacetime and the 4 roles that we've outlined for ourselves. So whilst you might say capability, but maybe what we were implying was more stress on the threat. But of course, we'll have to base it on. So we'll wind up this panel. May I just request you to give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, sirs, for the insightful discussion. It has definitely added to the audience's knowledge. To move ahead with the second half of this session, may I request the second group of panelists to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the second panel discussion is Lessons from Conflicts at Sea in 21st Century. Is technology upending tactics? May I now request the moderator to continue with the proceedings of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. So without further ado, I'll invite the first speaker. I'll go in the sequence, Sushant, and thereafter Mao. So I'll introduce Commodore Sushant Dham. He was commissioned in the Indian Navy in 1987. He's an alumnus of the National Defence Academy. He has commanded minesweepers Kudalur, corvette INS Kirch, and INS, he's been commanding officer INS Dronacharya, and of course the destroyer INS Dilli. He's had the distinction of undergoing staff course at Naval War College, Newport, and he's also been the directing staff at Defence Services Staff College, Wellington. He was also our first naval advisor to Beijing, and I think he could share some ideas or thoughts on China also. And because he continues to be a keen China watcher and active participant in China-related seminars and conferences. This is important that he was instrumental in developing and deploying the war game Arnav in collaboration with the DRDO. And he's presently working with them as a consultant for development of the next generation war game system of the Indian Navy. So he has a wealth of experience, and I think he'll be speaking to us on the interaction between strategy and tactics. Over to you.
Slide. Check. Check. Okay. Good afternoon, Admiral Arun Prakash, distinguished chair, Admiral Anup Singh, Commandant, flag officers, and brother officers. It's a proud privilege to be here standing before you and sharing my thoughts. I have been closely associated with Mount Dilli, a series of seminars, have contributed many papers over here, and along with my friend Odical Johnson, we were here before. The challenge is at this time to keep the audience awake. So connecting technology with tactics, I'll just try to keep the waters at a level just below the chin so that the cadets can stay afloat, breathe, and don't yawn. And of course, if you want to imbibe some technologies and tactics, try to keep your eyes open and sleep. And if you sleep, please don't snore. Be silent. Don't disturb your neighbor. Right. So with that, I'll start. Again, some of it has been put down by my predecessors. I'll take your permission to move off the podium. And I'll try to fit the gap. The good thing is some of it has been spoken and some of it I'll connect up with some live examples. Evolutionary tactics, revolutionary tactics, or transformational tactics. How does it connect with technology? It's not moving. Can you help me with this pointer? Slideshow, or give me something else. Console. Okay, we touched upon the earliest form of tactics and technology that came from the triremes. I'm quite fortunate that Admiral Arun Prakash taught us Peloponnesian Wars at the Naval Higher Command course. I myself at the Naval War College had this fat Thucydides. And I would go a step beyond. That is, I think we started off with the Battle of Salamis in 480 BC. It's technology. Okay. Oops. Can I have something else? Yeah. And then it was covered by Captain Sharma, moving from, there to sail ships, cannons, boarding, crossing the T, breaking the lines, moving on to ironclads and battleships, moving to the World War, both World Wars, seeing the rise of aircraft carrier submarines and advanced technologies, moving on to the Cold War with the nuclear-powered submarines and ballistic missiles. And the 60s and 70s saw the advent of the surface-to-surface missile with the sinking of Israeli destroyer Eliyat, and then the 1971 strike. So I'll move a little forward to, I think this was a turning moment, Falklands War. Though my mandate is 21st century, I think this was a defining moment when 87 we got commissioned. We talked of Falkland Wars and the lessons learned for the Indian Navy, and that defined the course of our thought process in terms of, missile and the anti-missile defense. Then we moved on to Desert Storm, the both Iraqi wars, high-tech conditions, piracy operations took the center stage for some time, and then we heard about the South China Sea disputes, ISIS conflict in 2014 onwards, and now major part of my presentation will dwell upon the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the Israel-Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Iranian conflict and lessons for us. Yep, 1982, Falklands War. All sorts of perhaps warfare, conventional kind of this thing that could apply for the Indian Navy could be seen over there. Submarine ops, ASW tactics, anti-ship missile tactics, anti-missile defense evolving thereafter, use of chaff, EW. We kept on thinking all these, kinds of technology and tactics correlations in our time. And this is what was the effect. HMS Conqueror trailing for 30 hours, 400 miles, sank. That's a General Belgrano that basically bottled up the Argentinians into the harbor. The defining moment, everybody talked about it. Exocet strike on HMS Sheffield from Superintendent. Again, anti-ship missile from the air, maritime air operations. Sir Galahad from a shore-based Exocet. Toss bombing attacks by Skyhawks on Coventry, Antelope, Ardent. 42s and Type 21s had lost perhaps their, potency against these missiles. Attacks on Galahad, Tristram, and Atlantic conveyor, which went down with the helicopter Chinooks. Another incident, the British taking on Santa Fe, which finally grounded in harbor. Amphibious landing leading to final at San Carlos, and thereafter taking was finally end of the war in Falklands. I think you can help me when I tell you next. Okay, the shadow of Sheffield. Again, this was the next event, USS Stark incident. After Sheffield Stark, again, this thing started playing very predominant in our mind. 1987, that's about the time I was commissioned, and we kept on thinking of anti-missile defense, carrier operations, how we'll enhance our bubble, how can we take on the strike, or, MR shepherding the maritime strike aircraft. Next. The ghost of Sheffield perhaps loomed over the commanding officer of USS Vincent, wherein Iranian Flight 655 was shot down. It was a man-machine, maybe understanding failure, relaxations of rules of engagement, but the fact is that 290 passengers died on board. Okay, next we saw in the Iran-Iraq war, the mine warfare, which Captain Sharma talked about. Here is Samuel B. Roberts on a floating dock being carried away. Next, we looked at asymmetric, just 1 year before, 9/11, right? USS Paul being hit by explosive-laden boat. So you saw how things have been changing over a period of time. The form of warfare is changing, and you continuously keep on evolving and trying to counter that. Okay. Operation Desert Storm basically brought into limelight the carrier operations. Almost 3 to 4 aircraft carriers deployed, carrier projections of air power ashore, land attack, cruise missiles, and deployment of US warships inside the Persian Gulf. So what has been brought out here is execution of naval blockade, exclusive economic zones for control, maritime interdict operations of Iraqi trade, use of land attack missiles both from the ships as well as submarines deployed in the Mediterranean and elsewhere, formation of surface action groups for the anti-missile defense, and air superiority airstrike through the carrier strike groups which are deployed inside and near Persian Gulf. Iraqi missile strikes on coalition ships from ashore, and anti-missile defense successfully by the coalition forces. And the naval warfare which took a toll on many merchant ships thereafter. Coming to the specific of Russia-Ukraine war, though predominantly land-based, there are many lessons for the naval strategist. Control of the littoral seas, expanding the sea control to deter the adversary from projecting power, and the last point is important, extensive and effective use of unmanned surface vessels, especially by the Ukrainian side. To start with, there are 4 dimensions that come out quite predominantly: the surface warfare through anti-ship missiles and land attack cruise missiles, use of naval drones, and use of electromagnetic spectrums, command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and recce and targeting by both the sides, and maritime fires delivered through innovation. Again, from both the sides, this is the view of the Black Sea, 750 miles by 150 miles, a confined space. What we saw initially at the start of the battle was a blockade by the Russian Navy. Ukraine Navy actually in any case was hardly anything. The blockade was effective on Black Sea, Sea of Azov, Kerch Strait and Snake Island. It did have a global impact because 46% of the sunflower oil, 17% barley and 12% maize and 9% share of wheat was from Ukraine to the global customers. Then we saw, as was brought out by Admiral Monty Khanna, strike on Moscow by Neptune missile. It perhaps shook the Russian Navy. Drone and swarm attacks both ships at sea and in ports such as Sevastopol. Naval mines in the Black Sea were again used, and some of them drifted right across Romania, causing enough confusion. And thereafter, Storm Shadow and Scalp extended missile range again on the naval basis. Pot shots. The claims on both the sides are little inflated. However, it shows you the trend. In the last 12 months, the dark yellow, what you see are the strikes that have been undertaken by the Ukraine, and before that, another about more than half a dozen. Losses about 10 Russian ships and another 6 damaged. Some of the pictures of the losses, these are from some, I won't say authentic, but a very well-known analyst, H.I. Stratton. You see here, and next we move on to the strike on Moscow. Again, a defining moment. The Ukraine started using asymmetric means through this USV and the missiles to target the Russian vessels. Next. Okay, strike in Odessa on the bridge using the USVs. Again, strike at sea using sea babies. This is an intelligence ship. This is the start of the Ukrainian war, which has been very intensively utilized by the Ukraine to carry out strikes both for ships in harbor and at sea. Yeah, this is the strike in Sevastopol, where a submarine can be seen in dock and another ship in harbor by the UK Sea Scarp Storm Shadow missile. Now, you can see that how a naval or you say maritime power is being dealt with by a less powerful navy using asymmetric and innovative means. So, next. So, what we see overall is the predominance of use of unarmed autonomous systems which provide you IRS-free protection and delivery of fires. Because of the rate of expenditure, much of it from the US side is being supplied to the Ukrainian side, and the Iranians are providing the Russian. The Ukrainians very often use Bakhtar TB2, and the Russians have been using now Shahid 136, as was brought out by Admiral Monty Khanna. Yeah, Ukraine plans through crowdfunding and the students have been used to use these against the potent or valid targets. Similarly, there's no incident where I can pinpoint the UUVs were used, but they have a huge potential in IRST maritime strikes and mining. Moving on to here, use of UK and Russia drones. Plenty. This is the Sea Baby. Use of land attack cruise missiles. Plenty. Started in Syria with 126 missiles on one day, and they actively used it from the ships in the Black Sea to strike ashore. Coming out to the Air Force, the Russian Air Force could not play a very predominant role to the good ground-based air defense by the Ukrainians. Ukrainians claim that around 65 fighters, 75 Hellos, and many drones were knocked down by them, and about 70% they have success rate against the Iranian drones. Cyber warfare was used in a big way. Again, OSINT, about 80% of the information was provided through OSINT. This is something important, how innovatively they used, commercial technologies, Clearview AI for, facial recognition, voice recognition, primer AI, Planter Mecha constellation for space surveillance, and they used a mobile command and control, Propeva. It was a tab-based command and control system. They didn't want their command and control post to be static because you could be targeted. And something called Uber for artillery, the mobile phone, anybody who picks up, he just transmits it, and the real-time sensor to best shooter was achieved. Now, Israel-Gaza conflict, masked, saturated, missile strikes taken on by Israeli Iron Dome system, David Sling, which goes beyond, much beyond 70 to 400 kilometers. Moving on to the Arrow and the lasers for the drone. So this is how they are trying to, undertake the masked and the swarm attacks. Yep, this is the two strikes that took place in April and then again on 1st of October. In the first instance, 300 missiles, about they say 95 to 99% success. In the second stage, Iran rebounds perhaps with some hypersonic missiles, and their success rate was perhaps a little higher, but they claim that they have been able to contain to about 85 to 90% success, and no major damage to the Israeli positions. Contemporary warfare concepts we are looking for are the carrier strike groups and expeditionary strike groups for projecting power ashore. Space-based warfare was covered adequately in the last session. We are looking for an advent of enmasked land attack cruise missiles. That is becoming a trend and we need to deal with it. And that is juxtaposed with the ballistic missile defense as was launched by Iran and been taken on by the Israelis. US and swarm attacks are going to be the future and we need to look for it. AI-enabled cyber and psychological warfare. Again, that's going to be the name of the game and we look for the countermeasure. Innovative and hybrid warfare and network-centric warfare and collaborative warfare is the key, wherein one strike is launched, detected, passed on to ships at sea, intercepted by one layer of maybe aircraft-based air defense system, and then looked after by the theater ballistic missile defense systems. Stealth, design, and advanced coatings are going to increase or reduce our signature. Laser weapons, rail guns, long-range missiles, UAVs, UVs are going to be the future. That is the kind of technology that you should be looking at. EW suites, Aegis, command and control system, nuclear propulsion, AIPs, quantum technologies, and AI. Again, we need to look at, and these are the technologies that are going to drive the tactics, both aggressive or the attackers as well as defensives. So, if I come, that has been covered to close, what I see is from the Cold War era, we saw an advent of technologies on the left side and they gave rise to some kind of, tactics or the counter tactics on the other side. For nuclear submarine with a sources change and, mutually assured destruction, ballistic missile submarines and working out, again, anti-submarine warfare tactics, super carriers for projection, power projection ashore, guided missiles with the OTHT procedures, avant-garde, shepherding of the strikes, and that gave rise to the anti-missile defense system. Post-Cold War, basically you're looking out for the stealth technology and trying to pick up through ISARs, extensive and advanced image processing systems, unmanned systems for asymmetric warfare, and counter to them through Iron Dome and those kind of system, network-centric and collaborative warfare for multi-domain operation, as we have seen during the recent launch of the Iranian enmasked missiles and that being supported by, coalition partners, long-range ballistic and cruise and hypersonic missiles for anti-access area denial, and taking on the hypersonics space-based capabilities for precision strike, intelligence, AI and quantum tech, and that is being used for swarm, cyber, deciphering, getting into the enemy systems, and we are also looking at something like AI data poisoning system where your entire dependence is on AI and you want to, poison that particular base, thereby it's like cyanide. So as I brought out, the challenge is that today's warfare has to be, taken from courts, imbibe the technology, perhaps on some other field like AI, quantum technology, and cyber, social media campaign, psychological campaign, the youngsters are in a better position to do than we old timers. We have been thinking about conventional type of warfare. So think here and now and look for the future and leapfrog and use the IT and technology to evolve future tactics and stay relevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashank. You brought out the entire gamut of operations that we can expect in future. But I just got one point to make. That, whilst asymmetric attacks and like you pointed out in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, this issue of Moskva sinking. I personally feel that if you deploy in a standard location, 100 nautical miles from the coast, in a standard pattern, go back into harbor every 5 days to the same port, you are setting up a predictability which you can expect some kind of attack to come to you. So tactics are extremely important. So technology, whilst we should not get overawed by technology completely, we have to develop tactics which are, some of them are even as old, very old tactics that you don't hang around in the same place for so long, so close to the coast. So that is one point I just wanted to make. Now we'll shift to the last speaker of this panel, Commodore Jaideep Maulankar. He's had an illustrious naval career, serving in the Indian Navy for 36 years. Over the years, he became a distinguished Sea Harrier pilot with the 300 Squadron, serving as senior pilot and the squadron commander. And his afloat roles include executive officer of INS Magar and commanding officer of INS Udaygiri and INS Ganga. He's earned several awards, including the Midshipman Sword of Honor and the Chief of Air Staff Trophy for flight evaluation. Of course, as he's a test pilot and he's played a crucial role in the development of the light combat aircraft, LCA Navy, piloting the first flight in 2012. I don't know how many of you have seen that fantastic video of him doing aerobatics in the Gulf. And of course, he conducted the first arrested landing on INS Vikramaditya in 2020. After leaving the Navy, since April 22, he has been serving as Executive Vice President for Technology Development and New Space Research and Technologies Limited. It's a really vibrant startup doing exceptionally good job. And then there he focuses on developing autonomous and AI-driven aircraft and weapon systems. So we're really looking forward to your talk on lessons from conflicts at sea in the 21st century. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm sorry, sir. I think I'm going to disappoint because my talk is going to be old-fashioned gloom and doom rather than the latest and greatest high tech. Let me start by, first of all, thanking the Naval Academy for this opportunity to access a vulnerable audience, offering up these sacrificial lambs, because they offer the greatest leverage for one's efforts, whatever efforts you put into speaking. I'm also honored that you shifted it out of the post-lunch siesta session into one where there is the audience feels true hunger. So rather than just filling up these 15 minutes, I'm also going to demand my two sacrificial lambs like Kesnur. I'm hoping to convert two people to the mission of using technology over the course of their career. That means learning how to master technology and make technology their slave rather than the other way around. As you can see, I'm very rarely let out in front of such impressionable audiences because I'm expected to corrupt them with disturbing thoughts. So let me get into this and live up to my reputation. Firstly, let me take issue with the topic itself. The way it's framed, it basically the way it's framed encapsulates most of the problems that I would like to speak about today, because the attitude kind of suggests, oh God, here comes another technology that's going to upend all my beautifully constructed tactics and training and manuals and inspection procedures and stuff like that, and force me to now go into reinventing and redoing everything. But that is a very, very passive mindset. It's kind of cowering in fear of an incoming tsunami. So I think this attitude is definitely unbecoming of a nation of our size, maybe of our visions. I really wish that we would, our instinctive reaction to this kind of scenario would be: does the current situation, current state of technology, current state of available technologies allow me to put into practice some of my long-held beliefs, long-held wish lists of strategies that I wanted to use? There's a massive difference between the two approaches. There is a third approach, which is actually the one which is prevalent, which kind of currently drives our vocabulary around R&D, which is: which technology should I seek to acquire so that I can catch up with the threat? Now, that is a third perspective I completely disagree with. I think that is to blame for most of our current problems. So there's a lot of nuance between these three ways of looking at what the current problem poses to us. Let me take some of the recent examples which are kind of behind the choice of this topic of technology upending tactics. I'm sure you've heard all the basic stories, the chronological story, but let me give you my opinion about, or my reading about how I see them. First, let's take the Houthis. Firstly, one must accept that they have seemed to have achieved exactly what they set out to do, which is, at the tactical operational level, which is closing of a choke point. For that, they have put together an extremely effective mix of strategic clarity, adherence to principles of warfare, doctrinal, tactical innovation, and construction of a perfectly suited arsenal. That is the most important element of it. Now, just because they use modern tools like AIS for targeting, is this campaign actually significantly different from the 16th century Barbary corsairs? I don't think so. And how different is the response of the rest of the world? From the one which inspired the US Marine Corps battle hymn of, to the shores of Tripoli. So basically, is this Houthi campaign a triumph of modern weapons crafted out of previously unavailable technologies? Like, one-way attack UAVs, long-range rockets targeted by IS, or modern torpedoes in the form of USVs? Or is it simply the correct application of time-tested cascade of strategy, doctrine, equipment, tactics, training, procedures? Of course, in today's vocabulary, not in old age weapon systems. What of the Israeli pager attack? Do you see it as a technological triumph through this narrow prism of, how did they install the explosives? How did they escape detection? How did they finally trigger them selectively? Or do you see it as a deep strategic commitment to an asymmetric approach, a comprehensive targeting process with striking fear in the hearts of the enemy as their core concept? The only thing which separates being posed with the situation when the Hezbollah changed their comm methods from mobiles to pagers is, one approach would be, oh God, what happens to our SIGINT now that they have shifted away from smartphones? Or you could frame it completely differently. Wow, they're offering me a static attack surface for a common mode attack with target detection, identification, weapon delivery, and minimization of collateral damage, all being handled by the victim himself. Now, I'm sure you may not have followed all this systems engineering jargon that I have thrown at you, and that's with a specific purpose. I hope it will provoke you to go and read to try and understand what is it that I just said. Basically, I've used systems engineering language, kill chain jargon. Please study these two topics because I think they're really important. Basically, I would rather see the Israeli exploit as a triumph of systems warfare mindset, driving a constant probing for technical solutions, leveraging their fundamental cultural proclivities like individual excellence, technological prowess, and a deep desire to induce fear in the enemy, which causes systemic collapse. So basically, neither of the two examples that I've chosen particularly illustrates technology disrupting fundamental principles of warfare. Quite the opposite, in fact. That is, technology serving the interests of the traditional approach to warfare, which is encapsulated very perfectly in Udalu principles of warfare, etc. So, reverting to the topic, it's now impossible to converse coherently without first defining what is this technology. You can say technology upended, but which technology? So, rather than a specific technology, UAVs or AI or social media, I actually see this as a reversal of the relationship between warfighting and tech. The previous era was where each one was trying to gain a tech step up over the opponent and then trying to figure out what would be the tactics to match up to it. This seems to have reversed. This whole arc of the industrialization of warfare, which went through railroad, telegraph, machine gun of the US Civil War, it kind of peaked with the F-22 J-stars in the Cold War. But basically, it's one long story of generals and admirals trying to out-tech the opponent. The problem with that whole thing is that warfare is the most dynamic combat sport not known to man. The problem is that your tactics become enslaved to a 15-year developmental cycle if you are going to always lead with tech. Basically, that is the amount of time it will take for you to deploy at scale any new technology advantage. So basically, from both sides, one side is doomed to these long cycles, the other side is doomed to the fact that if you are poorer than the opponent, you are always going to be out-teched by the opponent. But this approach ignores two basic truisms of warfare. The first is that the underdog will always choose the battlefield in order to negate the opponent's advantage, and the second is that only he gets to decide, when he's been defeated. So, in a sense, warfare will remain a contest of human spirit and cunning. The moment the underdog realizes that the threat's superiority is based on a glacially slow process of creating these tech advantages, he would be foolish not to see this inertia as a weakness, and therefore try and disrupt the technology cycle by adopting a faster technology cycle. Now, he doesn't have the ability to create any new tech himself, so obviously he is going to choose to repurpose existing techs that are available, but on a faster cycle than what the opponent can do, and therefore create new battlefields. Now, earlier this was unviable because the bulk of tech development was driven by the military, so therefore there was no such tech lying around unutilized which you could repurpose. But now is the era of information intelligence, Industry 4.0, and basically, if you read Colonel Boyd's work, Sense of Winning and Losing, he talks of the Lanchester equations and the collapse. And says at this stage, only the mathematically illiterate would continue to fight. So basically, his principle, which emphasizes agility rather than momentum and straight line speed, is what we need to how we need to approach it. Especially now that there are so many commercial technologies that have developed probably in excess of their military equivalents. So repurposing technology rather than trying to outdevelop the opponent. So where do we stand today? We stand probably at the turning of the tide, where drones developed for sport allow for democratization of air power, enabling even a civilian to apply the Julia Dewey's principles of air warfare. The essential principles governing the air vector have not changed. They are unending. It's just that instead of the headache of developing an air force, you can now get an air force in a box. To be aimed at the weak spot offered by enhanced per capita GDP, which to the underdog sounds like enhanced sensitivity to casualties. So you can imagine, you can see that this is the asymmetric mindset. This is what encapsulates the asymmetric mindset. You could make the mistake of calling it an upending, but then that would send you down the Cold War rabbit hole of again trying to develop some new tech which will again upend this whole thing and get the underdog to become tech superior to the otherwise bigger opponent. It's a little hard to frame your strategy that way. Now, I see this as, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Basically, when the tide turns, does it make you lose belief in tidal calculations, or does it reinforce your belief in the tidal calculations? We need to make technology an enabler of warfighting concepts rather than the reverse. So that if I was, all this gyan is fine, but if I was to move on to some kind of prescriptions, I would like to frame them more as back to the basics rather than latest greatest technology. So I think I'll talk just about 3 points. First is what we need to do. First is develop a true belief in process rather than just form. Next is to develop technological confidence as a nation, and lastly to take some concrete steps. So the first step, which is process rather than form, obviously refers to this whole business of strategy, doctrine, perspective plans, indigenous production, TTPs, etc. We are all taught all of this, but then we throw them out of the window because as a nation we profess that we don't even believe in strategy. Or even if we have a strategy, we want to keep it secret. Now, obviously, it means that we just it's only a pro forma, hewing to this particular thing, and then we end up with, therefore, with it's no surprise we end up with absurd discussions like aircraft carriers versus islands. TED-BF is delayed when we haven't even actually sanctioned the program, and don't even get me started on the kind of technically embarrassing the requirements that are created. Very good talk by Brandon Singh, founder of Anduril, on this whole approach of requirements versus problems. The customer coming up with requirements or the customer coming up with problems. So if we don't adopt a true belief in process and instead stick to the pro forma approach, we're going to miss the boat on the next gen warfare also. The next thing, which is actually my pet peeve, which is our lack of technological confidence. The real damage done by the colonial era, in my opinion, was not just imposition of foreign laws, languages, dress codes, food habits, but rather this loss of confidence in our own ability, particularly our own engineering ability. So when any new idea comes up, is our first instinct to look at, I hope somebody else has done it so that I'm sure that it will succeed? Or is our first instinct that I hope nobody else has done it so that I can get a technical advantage over the rest of the world out of it? My personal belief is that we deeply lack this technological confidence in ourselves. Basically because, one, we work for pride. We don't, we admire passion, selfless devotion, sacrifice, etc. But that makes us terribly risk averse. And I'm sure you'll agree that technology exploration requires embracing of risk. More the better, rewards commensurate to the risk level. You almost need to have a crazy attitude of celebration of failure, but of course, tempered with being able to differentiate between what is absurd and what is heroic failure. The second failing is an overemphasis or over glorification of single subject, very, very specific, deep specialization, accompanied by a lot of suffix letters against our names. It basically makes us very weak in the real disciplines, which are what is the difference between engineering, technology, and creating product. What is the real and science and R&D? All these words, this is one big word soup. The real difference is the disciplines which are cross-functional: systems engineering, requirements engineering, design. It's such a beautiful subject, and it's completely missing from our formal syllabi. In fact, the formal syllabi can't handle these kind of subjects because they are cross-functional. We don't have cross-functional experts because cross-functional experts require experience in subjects. So I would take issue with the previous thing about youngsters versus the old guys. I think true innovation can only come out of subject matter experts. Unfortunately, it requires you to have gray hair to truly become a subject matter expert. There was a beautiful lecture by Admiral Pereira some time back, where he bemoaned this specific subject about our Indian cultural approach to academics and which academic disciplines do we emphasize and which ones do we kind of ignore. So basically, where can we go from here? Due to the shortage of time, obviously it's going to read like a laundry list, but I'll restrict myself to just 3 items. First is all Navy-sponsored, Navy-conducted education. Any education on Navy time should be focused very, very specifically against the big framework of what are the technology disciplines, technology blocks that we want to acquire as a navy. And by that I mean, I'm particularly pointing towards, I really hope that we have not made too many compromises in our chasing of civil accreditation of our courses, and therefore made compromises on time, that this also has to be included. This is bad enough at the undergrad level. At the MTech level, there should be no scope for anything other than fitting into the big fabric of what the Navy wants to do. The second is a CNS list of recommended books. I really don't care, frankly. I don't think it really matters what are the books on that thing. It's just that it will change the cultural milieu will be such that we will give appropriate credence to somebody who comes up and says, I should try this because I got this idea from reading this book, rather than saying kitabo ki baatein kitabon mein hi rehne do. That culture will change the moment you have a CNS list of books. And lastly, this is absolutely the killer difference between a winning force and also ran or a parade force, and that is debriefs. We have to make debriefs fashionable. True combat skill development takes place only in debriefs. Whether they are after an individual action, whether they are after a whole campaign, or they are merely just training debriefs. We all admire the Israeli Air Force. They are built on debrief. It's not their aircraft. They have fought enough wars with aircraft which are technologically inferior to the opponent, quantitatively inferior to the opponent. They have fought on human skill, and human skill is built on debrief. So, with these thoughts, hopefully I have given you enough food for thought during your lunch, and enough food for conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mao. Very interesting and hard-hitting. Just to update you, the CNS list of books, that is there on the CNS discussion forum. In fact, even flag officers, they chip in and put in the recommended books for reading by. So that part is done. At least one of your recommendations. But you have brought out very, very, very relevant points like process over form, and very often this idea of requirements and problem statements is very important. When I was the chief, I met Eric Schmidt, who was heading Google. So he told me, I asked him what is he doing. So he said, I'm working with the Pentagon on cutting out this business of RFP and putting tomes of paper on what all we require, what kind of switches we require, everything. And just by sitting with the manufacturer, the user, the manufacturer, sit down together and make a one-page this thing of just a problem statement and the concept on which one can work, and that becomes a more realistic pattern to go on. So thank you so much, and also the fact of improving technological confidence and having subject matter experts are well taken. So now we have 10 minutes again. Can we have questions? Let us know who you address this question to. Thank you. Yeah, hold the mic, because there's a lot of reverberation here. We can't make out what you're saying. So just hold the mic close to you and speak loudly.
How should Indian Navy adapt its strategy to handle those unconventional threats?
So how should the Navy handle unconventional threats? This is meant for the people online.
Check. Yeah. So I think as far as piracy is concerned, Indian Navy has been handling it quite well. Lot of deployments you've learned from our experience in the Red Sea anti-piracy operation alongside other NATO forces which have been operating independently. You would have seen some of the recent incidents in the Red Sea. You know how innovatively you saw the airdrop of Marcos and taking on the pirates very resolutely. I think two things. One is that you have to have, as it was brought out, be there. You have to be there. The presence has to be maintained in areas where you perceive some or other type of either conventional, non-conventional, or asymmetric threat. And you have to be prepared for that wide spectrum of threats that you face. Use of technology, intelligence, mobilization, speed, appropriate weapon for appropriate threat. If it is drone swarm, you can't fire one high cost missile. You have to have a system that can take on volume fire, right? And as far as you've seen again the US Navy in the recent last couple of months, asymmetric threat has also moved. Terrorists are no longer using small laden boats or explosive laden boats. They're launching missiles now. They're launching swarms. So in the last 6 months, you've seen an empty number of strikes from ashore, from the Houthis being taken on by the coalition forces and the US naval forces that have been taking. So you have to develop your anti-threat or the systems that can take on the appropriate threat. Technology is going to play a major role in it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Also, I think the collaboration with other countries, this is very important to get good order at sea is extremely important, and that's why we have a lot of foreign officers here. The whole aim is to build relationships, and thereafter, because the seas and oceans are too big to handle for one nation to handle. So we have to also have a kind of a strategy for collaboration with like-minded navies so that we can handle these threats. They are ubiquitous, they are ever present. It's a very complex seascape that we are handling. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Anish Prasad, 108 INSE. My question is to Commodore Sushant. It is in regards to nuclear propulsion. In line with India's vision of becoming a blue water navy, can we expect Indian Navy to make any significant strides when it comes to developing nuclear reactors for vessels other than submarines as a part of advanced technologies upending tactics?
I can't make out what you're saying. You can speak without mic, I think.
Sir, my question is to Commodore Sushant. My question is to Commodore Sushant. In regards to nuclear propulsion, can we expect Indian Navy to make any strides when it comes to developing nuclear reactors for vessels other than submarines as a part of advanced technology upending tactics, which is also in line with India's vision of becoming a blue water navy?
So nuclear propulsion for surface ships. No, for surface ships other than submarines.
Technologically, I won't be able to say as of now whether the nuclear propulsion will move to the ships from submarine. But yes, the US super carriers are already nuclear propelled. When we move to 1 lakh or 1,20,000 tons warship, perhaps in future we may have, but there are no, as I understand, there are no such plan that I've read up in the open source where we are talking about nuclear propulsion for the aircraft carriers. But yes, for the submarines, yes, I think it pays off well. Other than the US, I think there's one odd Russian nuclear powered cruiser. That's it. Not many navies are going in for nuclear propulsions. You have France, You got US and maybe some other in the pipeline.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For people who are online, I'll sort of give a gist of your question so that they all get to know.
We saw how AI and other being used to at one point. But what is the limit in the capacity in which AI can be used so that it does not turn out to be destructive? Also, there was mention regarding a war game being developed by someone. So, can you please throw some light on that?
So the two questions, one is where does AI stop? And second is on your war game efforts with war game development.
Okay, thank you. I would say we are in a kind of a nascent and evolving stage as far as AI is concerned. I would rather say we would like to at present go for AI enabled system and not fully, depend on AI. But as far as systems are concerned, when you're training a machine or developing it, it's as good as bad as your mind is. But also there are pitfalls of AI taking over. You must have seen enough how far the AI can go. Could it be disruptive? Could it be counterproductive? Would it put people out of job and things like that? The same thing was said when the computers came in. However, that's the future and we have to live with it and we have to adapt it. And it is being very actively, you've seen it's used very effectively during the Israel, Gaza, and against strikes against Hezbollah and others. Open source intelligence being, collected and being put forth, used by Ukraine effectively. Now, wargaming, yes, I think the vision for the wargaming is humans versus virtual. That is what we are looking at. We got the project with us. So what we do, we start, say perhaps with an agent, a black box, train in a particular sort of a warfare, say surface warfare, air warfare, subsurface warfare, psychological, and this thing, cyber warfare. Draw out something out of it and come up to a commander. Commander goes to a higher commander at, say, operational and strategic level. And at some stage, the wargaming that we are developing, we are looking for actual versus virtual. Low-hanging fruits could be LLMs. I could have a Siri tell me air plan so-and-so, something like that. Or Siri plot so-and-so, so-and-so, in so-and-so position. Command to text, voice recognition, all these are there in the hand, and we are moving gradually and progressively. You can use it for, deciphering, encryption, cyber warfare, geolocation, leadership tracks. Now it doesn't, today's warfare is not ship versus ship or, ship versus a drone or anti-ship missile. You see how the leadership is being tracked in both the wars, the Ukraine-Russia war and targeted effectively. You switch on your phone and you're gone. You have your pager in your hand and you're gone. So all these things may or may not be possible by only the human intervention. You need a very strong system behind you, but it has to be collaborative. I don't think you can, at this stage or in the foreseeable future, depend 100% on AI. I think Sir may be able to add something more to it.
So this word AI is right now in the phase of being abused by everybody, whether it is at the one end of the spectrum. Now they're promising toasters with AI inside, On the other end of the spectrum, there is this whole GG, governmental group of experts discussing the legality of and trying to make sure that there are enough trapdoors built into the language so that all kinds of weapons are still permitted. There's a full spectrum of everybody, using this word AI around. Actually, what technologies people are terming as AI, there's a full spectrum of them, ranging from simple automations to slightly more complex autonomy related capabilities, and then really going on to true AI in the sense of self-learning, the things which can adapt, etc. Things like decision support, etc. What we don't realize is how much of these complex techs have already got built in. So, for example, the filters on your sensor which reject clutter. Now, when you say adaptive filters, at what stage does an adaptive filter become intelligent, and at what stage is it still an automation, or is it simply a potentiometer that you are tweaking up the gain? Now, this is the kind of stuff where we don't realize what exactly is this are these specific technology elements that we are talking about. I would think, therefore, the only way that we can really approach it, and which inherently is a controlled, self-limiting kind of process, is what do we want to do with it? So first, you have to have your strategy. Am I the underdog? Am I the superior partner in this, a superior player in this in this contest? If I am the underdog, what is the method I'm choosing to nullify the opponent's advantage? Am I going to say fewer people operating a larger number of systems? Those larger number of systems, I can't afford them at the same scale. I can't build the same number of tanks and ships and aircraft carriers that the Chinese can. Therefore, I am going to force him to face a larger number of small unmanned things. I can't even have large unmanned things because they cost as much, if not more. So if I say that this is how I'm going to approach you, now comes the specific problem to be solved by AI. How does one intelligent agent, one human being, control a large number of autonomous or semi-autonomous objects? That technology you can build because it's specific, and you don't necessarily have to build AI. You can build autonomous technologies. You can build simple higher order, high level control, a proper kill chain which is disaggregated properly across the various computers. So AI, this is something I'm throwing a lot of these things at you. These are the kind of subjects, deeper diving into the subject that is needed, rather than just throwing this AI swarm is going to come, big swarm of bees and attack.
Okay. I think as far as AI is concerned, the genie is out of the bottle. Now we have to try and leash it. That is, I think, in one sentence. I think I'm afraid we are out of time. I was given 10 minutes for concluding remarks. Because of paucity of time, I'll take 15 minutes. So, I just wanted to just wind up this very fascinating session, just to say that, we must realize that we stand at this inflection point between the industrial age and information age, and there's a lot of fascinating technologies that are coming out there, very precise, very sophisticated, very well linked with warfighting tools today. Commercial technology has gone ahead of defense technology with the kind of R&D that they are pumping into it, and they are force multiplying industrial age weapons through digital means. And you must remember that commercial and dual use technologies can also be easily acquired by other side. Therefore, innovations which you think they have a slightly smaller time span, and they can quickly diffuse or to the enemy in conflict once the initial surprise is over. And we have seen what all is happening in Ukraine, the HIMARS, all the stuff that he brought out, Sushant had brought out, and mobility, high mobility artillery rocket systems. They're being directed on target by commercial drones which are bought on Amazon. Elon Musk, satellites. In fact, the first people to figure out that the Russian invasion was due was the Silicon Valley startup, Capella Space. They warned the US government. So all that amount of money that the US government spent was did not produce the results that a little startup like Capella Space produced. And today Ukraine is very smart. They're offering the Russia-Ukraine war as testing ground for new technologies. And a lot of startups from Silicon Valley, including Eric Schmidt and all, have all been sitting in Ukraine and trying out various technologies, building products that can be immediately tested with a lot of success. So there are a lot of issues, and like the AI war which is happening in Gaza with Israel, how the AI is making sure that they only attack the missiles or projectiles that are coming to hit, not they avoid the ones which are going to go hit empty spaces or things like that. So the information, again, that is another issue, is actually moving at the speed of thought, and it can be morphed to suit a side's strategic communication. I'd gone to Taiwan, and during Nancy Pelosi's visit, nearly 15,000, when she went across to Taipei, only 15,000 gigabytes of cyber attacks were launched by the Chinese. And they have come up with some tactics, or in terms of how they want to, they have completely been bombarded by cognitive warfare on a daily basis. So they have come out with a 3-2 strategy. That means they have already delegated to each person in the ministry, different ministries, 3 tools. That means react within 2 hours with at least 2 pictures and with 200 words to counter any false propaganda that is being made. So we have to start thinking like this. We have to become digitally adept to outcompete adversaries that are organized around the principles of industrial age. And therefore, we have to drive change. And that is what I think as future leaders you will have to do. And there are several examples I can give you. For example, a blockade, which we thought, which is a very complicated thing, which has got legal implication, force level implications, and etc., can be achieved today by, say, if you look at the port of Yangshan, phase 4, it's the world's busiest port in Shanghai. It is fully automated. There's not a single human being on the front end. If you can, or if you say Colombo port, they are entirely automated. You can bring down a port through malicious attacks and achieve almost the same results as you would achieve in a traditional blockade. I went to USS Carl Vinson, and today they are covering movement of task forces, not under air defense cover, but under cyber defense cover. So this is how the kind of thought processes that we'll have to change, and a lot of things were brought out by our speakers. As far as building up force levels is concerned, there's this whole debate regarding previous generation equipment and platforms that were exquisite, expensive, and fewer versus new generation platforms, which would be large in number, smart, and unmanned, or with reduced or optimal manning, based on the principles of networking, accessibility, affordability, and mass. And this may be true, but I think our leadership must analyze it very objectively. And to my mind, a healthy force mix of legacy platforms and the new, first of all, enabled by technology, and new technologically powerful platforms is the answer to my mind. So therefore, I would like to just end by, in fact, even in personnel, I think I would like to see a lot. I had started when I was the chief that digital core must come up in our services. We must have more personnel who are digitally savvy about AI and other stuff. And we should be seeing many more data analysts, code writers, code breakers, network administrators, expert maintainers in and out of uniform, supporting the services of tomorrow. Because it is going to be algorithmic warfare. Whose algorithm is stronger? Today, in Ukraine, algorithms are being changed, updated every day. It's like the commercial software. Some armed forces have already appointed chief digital and AI officers, CDAOs, to manage the complexities of digital age. So therefore, in our business of warfighting at sea, I think the side that gains advantage would be the side that figures out how to best use the combination of technologies, whether existing, future, digital, commercial, in new, different, and creative ways. And also, I must like to just bring out a little caveat that war is much more than technology. Even application of tactics at sea, and I think Maulanka brought it out well, will need to take into account very several aspects like knowledge of history, linkages to operation objectives, laws of armed conflict, principles of war, etc. Basically, I think war should not be treated as some technical problem that can be harnessed only by technical or technology or mechanical means. We must understand that technology is a tool that we applied to serve the far more critical issue of warfare. Thank you so much. So I'll just request you to give a big hand to both the speakers. Thank you.
I would like to thank the chairperson and panelists for a thought-provoking and engaging session, which concludes day one of the seminar. We are delighted to proceed with the distribution of mementos as a token of our appreciation and gratitude that we extend to our esteemed guest speakers. May I now request the Commandant, Indian Naval Academy, to come upon the stage to felicitate the esteemed dignitaries. May I now request the first group of panelists to join us on the stage for the distribution of mementos. May I now request the Commandant to present the memento to our moderator and speakers. Firstly, Admiral Karambir Singh. Thank you, sir. Rear Admiral Monty Khanna. Thank you, sir. Commodore Jaideep Maulankar. Thank you, sir. Commodore Sushant Dam. Thank you, sir. Captain S.A. Sharma. Thank you, sir. With that, we have concluded day one of our two-day seminar. We will resume the proceedings of the seminar tomorrow at 0815 hours. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the audience for staying with us through the day's proceedings and invite you to join us tomorrow as well. Thank you.